creaks every time.
You are live.
I am live. Yes. I shall mute myself. Just, does anybody just want to go over the procedure one more time in terms of in camera? Everybody's clear on that? Did you want to just go over the in camera portion again? So we're starting the meeting, essentially doing communications and then going in camera. We're all clear on that process?
Good morning. Yeah, so what we're doing this morning is we're doing the first few items, and then we'll be stopping the Zoom meeting, and then all members of council will be calling into the closed session, which is a conference call only, and the public will see that we were in closed session. Then we will rise from closed session and we'll wait 5 minutes for the public to be able to come back into public session with us. We're coming back into the video conference once we come out of closed. So you'll turn your phone off and then we'll go back into our web conference in Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
Questions, anybody?
I have another comment. If you dial into that number and it tells you that it's not a long distance number, then don't use the 1. We tried it here yesterday and we needed to use the 1. So that's why in your instructions it says you have to use the 1 when you're dialing that number. But if it tells you it's not long distance, don't use it. Okay.
So
Hello, I'm here.
Questions?
Any questions?
Hello, test, test, test.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Counselor.
Good morning.
Hello. See, I got it all synchronized.
Maria wants to ask a question.
Question. Can you send that number to me because I didn't get it up on my computer last night when I was firing up the phone number to call in.
Yes, we'll send out another email right away.
Okay, thank you.
To everybody.
If I
Thank
can
you.
find it. Okay.
Everybody else is good?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, anytime you're ready.
You're in? Is it time? Okay. All right. Welcome to our second virtual council meeting. Good morning, and appreciate you all attending. Those that are dialing in from the live stream, thank you for dialing in. And as the clerk just explained a moment ago, we will be going in camera probably shortly into the meeting and then coming out of camera and continuing on with the Zoom presence. So I'd like to acknowledge the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Quebec and to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and Mississauga, the Credit First Nations. And today, the City of Hamilton holds many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. And we recognize that we need to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived by the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices should be put on a non-audible function, which is not going to work well if we're all trying to communicate today, but we're talking about phones predominantly, not going off while we're having our meeting. And let me do a roll call to make sure that we're all here. So when we start with Councillor Wilson, just say yes. Councillor Wilson?
You're all muted.
One more time. Councillor Wilson, are they off mute?
Now I am present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr?
Here.
Councillor Nan?
Present.
Councillor Marula?
Present.
Councillor Collins?
Present.
Councillor Jackson?
Present.
Councillor Paul?
Present.
Councillor Danko?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Partridge?
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead?
Present.
Councillor Vanderbeek?
Present.
Councillor Ferguson?
Present.
Councillor Johnson?
Present.
Councillor Pearson?
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Thank you. And I'm present as well. Thank you all. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one added communication item. It's correspondence from the Honorable Stephen Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, in regards to the introduction of legislation for land use planning matters. We have one written delegation from Cameron Crush respecting report number PED 20087. And we have one discussion item, a staff report. It's financial implications of COVID-19 response.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Councillor Collins, and all in favor? We'll go to a vote. Unless there's discussion, is there any discussion? Okay, thank you. Yes, or no, and submit. All good, thank you. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest, please? Hearing none, thank you. Those who voted, no. A motion to approve the minutes of April the 8th, 2020 meeting as presented. We have a mover and a seconder on that. Okay, Councillor Partridge, I saw, and Councillor Whitehead, thank you. All in favor? Yep. Getting it loaded up, here it comes. Thank you. Councillor Rula, you have a motion to put the communications items on the floor.
I do indeed, Mr. Mayor, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr that the April 15, 2020 Council communications be approved as presented.
Thank you. So that's on the floor. So we have communications items 541, 42, 43. Any comments or questions on any of those? No? Okay. So a motion moved by Marula, seconded by, sorry. Councillor Denko. Sorry, Councillor Denko.
Thank you. Is General Manager Thorne on the line? I have a question for about item 4.1. This is the correspondence from Landex Developments regarding the development fees for St. Elizabeth's Village.
Jason?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. So Jason, did you go ahead? Jason's on the line.
Thank you. So we had a couple discussions about this offline, but my understanding is this isn't the only development that's has this challenge. So do you have an update for realigning these fees and what developers should expect moving forward?
Yes, I do. So we actually have a report coming to council in 2 weeks, which would provide recommendations for modifications to the planning fees. This was a conversation that we started with a couple of members of the industry back in February, related to establishing a per unit cap on the planning fees. So we've been looking at some options, and we have some recommendations for council. The public notice, I believe, will go out today or tomorrow. That bylaw will be coming forward, and you'll have that in front of you in 2 weeks.
So the advice then for developers would be to hold tight, and we should see a revised fee schedule soon.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Wilson as well. Councillor? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Now that we have Mr. Thorne, I think it would be valuable for the residents at of Ward 1 who have expressed some interest in the timelines and our statutory requirements with respect to land use planning. If Jason Thorne could please speak to item 4.3, what the minister's letter says and what it means, and if there's anything new to add.
Okay, Jason?
Yes, so the minister's letter actually speaks to forthcoming legislation that actually came yesterday. So what that legislation does from yesterday is it provides regulatory authority to the minister to alter certain planning approval timelines. So right now, council is bound by making decisions within a certain period of time. Otherwise, there is a potential for a non-decision appeal. So what the province has done is given the minister authority to modify those. That's subject to regulation, and I did not get a chance to go online this morning to see if those regulations are out. I don't believe they are, but if Nicole's on the line, she might have more recent information. But what I'm expecting is that there'll be some relief from those time periods for making decisions on Planning Act matters.
So given that, so can we just identify all the senior management that's on the line so we're all clear that you're all here?
Yes, so just to add to Jason, so no, at this point, all the legislation has done is given the minister the authority to pass regulations, and I haven't seen any of those regulations in terms of extending those timelines or frankly, how to deal with any of the other issues around the Planning Act matters at the moment. So we'll certainly advise council as soon as we see those.
I appreciate that. No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you had missed the declaration of interest, I understand. Do you want to make that before we finalize communications?
For discussion, I guess somebody has to hit that button. So I'd like to declare, if I can, Mr. Mayor, a possible conflict on item number 6.4. This is the aggregate letter that going out from Joanne Hickey Evans. My daughter is employed in the aggregate industry, and I had a letter from Earl Massey after reviewing her job description that I wouldn't be in a conflict of aggregate issues, but with this common law tip from our current integrity commissioner, until I can get that sorted out, again, I'd like to declare a possible conflict on 6.4.
Okay, so you will vote, you will obtain then at that point when the vote comes up.
Yep.
Thank you for that. All right, so we have any further questions on the communications? Seeing none, we will then call the vote. Councillor moved it and seconded. All in favor? Councillor Whitehead? Give us a thumbs up if you want. In favor? Okay, Councillor Whitehead's in favor. Thank you. Sorry? Hang in there, folks, just sorting something out. Well, so can we deem the vote affirmative on that one, and I can read out the in-camera portion, then we can sort it out? Okay. So let me now move, ask for a motion to move into closed session pursuant to section 8.1 subsection B, D, F, and K of the city procedural bylaw 18270 as amended, and the selection section 2392 subsection B, D, F, H, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as subject matter pertains to personnel matters about identifiable individuals, including city employees, labor relations, or employee negotiations. The receiving of advice is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Information explicitly supplied in confidence to the city by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency, and, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city of a local board. And so to move in the camera at this point, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Paul, as I saw, wave, and Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, but I'm just wondering if it would be wise for us to hear the update on the financial implications before we go in camera to deal with that one item.
I think that would materially change
if it's possible
on the agenda. So I imagine it would be possible. I don't think there's a problem with that. So why don't we, Mike is on the line. Mike, you there? Mike Segar?
I am, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Do we need to, so we're kind of changing the order of the agenda. Do we need to do anything to accommodate that? Yeah? All right. So Councillor Clark, let me ask you for a motion to hear the recommendation prior to our going in the camera, and seconded by lots of waves. Okay, Councillor Johnson. All right, thank you. Let's vote on that. Changing the order of the agenda. Yeah, okay. So we don't have the vote mechanism sorted out yet. So
no.
Thumbs up on anybody? I heard no. Sorry. Everybody okay with that? Thumbs up? Okay, thank you. All right, let me turn it over then to Mike Segar. Mike, you were going to do a presentation on that, I believe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to verbally take committee through the report. Okay. So through you, Mr. Mayor, committee members have report FCS 20040, and the intent for FCS 20040, the report is to provide committee a sense as to what the financial impacts have been to the city of Hamilton as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. What staff have undertaken across the departments is to track costs, incremental costs as it relates to this crisis, what's described as foregone revenues, and what foregone revenues represent are revenues that the city is expecting not to realize as it relates to actions required to support the COVID-19 pandemic. And finally, some avoided costs. There are some activities or services that are not continuing, and those represent some savings to the city of Hamilton. So I'll summarize some of those three categories. Just in total, what you'll see in the report is based on those three categories, staff are forecasting, and it's important to note this is a forecast to May 31st. What staff have done is assumed the current situation will continue on through to May 31st. And we are assuming status quo as it relates to the interruption of services we're currently experiencing, as well as some trending as it relates to some additional costs going forward. So as it relates to the overall impact to May 31st, I think as I mentioned last week at council meeting is I'm not aware of any municipality in the nation that is not projecting a year-end deficit. And similar to other municipalities, based on our current forecast to May 31st, we're projecting a financial impact or deficit of about $23 million, principally on the tax supported side. As it relates to our rate supported water, wastewater, and storm, we're currently not seeing significant impacts. However, that could change based on our monthly reporting as it relates to water and wastewater. So again, we're monitoring that. But as it relates to the $23 million figure, that is principally on our tax supported programs. So again, I mentioned there's three categories. Under foregone revenues, you'll see in the report on table 1, a figure of approximately $20 million in foregone revenues. And again, this is to May 31st of 2020. With respect to that $20 million, the large ticket items are transits as a result of our backdoor boarding and the fact that the payment system is at the front of the vehicles, and in an effort to protect our drivers and operators, we are foregoing approximately $7.3 million in transit revenues through to May 31st. Other big ticket items are recreation represents about $3.3 million in foregone revenues, and that's made up of a number of recreation programs, and those are described in the report before you. Provincial Offences Act, council members will know, but the community may benefit from knowing that this is a devolved service. This was downloaded onto municipalities, and as it relates to Provincial Offences Act, exclusive of red light camera, we're projecting $2.6 million in unrealized revenues. One of the areas that we are tracking in conjunction with other municipalities is there is legislation in the Highway Traffic Act that requires the processing of fines within, I believe, 23 business days. And so municipalities are tracking, and we will be recommending, if required, amendments to that legislation in an effort to try to preserve those revenues. Parking is another fairly large ticket item. As a result of the pandemic, we're seeing unrealized revenues in parking, and we're projecting that to amount to about $1.6 million by May 31st. The pandemic's affecting all areas of services, not just municipal services, retail, industrial, but on the entertainment side as well. And as Flamborough Downs is shuttered as a result of the pandemic, we are projecting foregone slot revenue sharing of about $1 million through to May 31st. Last week, we dealt with property taxes. So there are some foregone property tax revenues, about $500,000, supplementary tax revenue, red light camera. As a result of declining traffic flows, we're projecting that our red light camera revenues will be down as well. So again, all of this is described in the report that's before you, and that represents the approximately $20 million in foregone revenue. I'll move on to now the incremental additional costs. You'll see in the report, it's broken down by department, but the overall incremental costs as a result of the pandemic is approximately $6.6 million, and about 70% of these incremental costs are related to employee costs, wages and salaries, as well as benefits. Other big ticket items under additional costs are contractual services. Those may be cleaning services required as relates to some of our facilities, as well as treatments on some of our vehicles, as well as purchasing of supplies, again, cleaning supplies and other supplies, grounds and maintenance expenses. And so again, that represents an additional $6.6 million in costs. And I should note that these are city-borne costs. In total, if I look at the total gross, there's approximately another just short of $18 million in funding to agencies that is offset by provincial funding. So again, in addition to the 6.6 million, is approximately $18 million in funds to outside agencies. And as I just mentioned, those are offset through provincial funding. And the final column are avoided costs. So as I've described, is due to the physical social distancing, as well as the interruption some of our services, we are projecting some savings or avoided costs across the program areas. Some of the larger categories are, again, under employee related, is the the pause or delay in the recruitment of students. A number of our public works programs would have recruited students as of May 1st. And given that this forecast is through to May 31st, and we're assuming the pause or delay in the recruitment of those students, that represents, I believe, about $1.3 million in avoided costs. There's some energy savings as well, as fewer vehicles are on the road. And we're seeing, as I expect most council members and the public have seen, some declines in the cost of energy and fuel, principally. That's representing some savings to us as well. So as it relates to avoided costs, there's approximately $4 million we're projecting in avoided costs, and that brings us to a net impact of approximately $23 million. And through you, Mr. Mayor, happy to answer any questions that committee members, council members might have.
Yep, and just on my behalf, you've not included, I think, library board, police services board, conservation authorities, all the others that we also sent funding to that would have probably significant. Police services board is not significant yet, but it could be. So, are we going to kind of in the aggregate send some of these numbers to the feds? Because that discussion is happening as we speak in terms of them looking at municipal shortfalls right across the country. So are we looking at doing an aggregate number for the municipality all in with all the agencies that are being impacted?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we will. We have had some conversations with our boards and agencies, including Hamilton Police Services staff, library staff. We're not seeing significant costs. I think as it relates to Hamilton Police Services, it's principally PPE, as they are required to provide some protective equipment to their force. That seems to be the major pressure for Hamilton Police Services. But as well, we will engage all the boards and agencies as well.
Okay, thank you. So I have a list of speakers, starting with Councillor Collins, then Clark, Pearson, Jackson, and Partridge. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And Mike, I was just going to ask the question about, your figures are to the end of May. I think many people foresee it going much longer than that, unfortunately. Do you have a monthly tab in terms of if it's extended through May to June, July, and even further as to what those figures would represent?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, staff will be looking at expanding beyond May 31st. There is an effort across municipalities across the nation through Federation Canadian Municipalities to develop a common approach so that each municipality can share and provide that information in an effort to try to recommend or request additional support from senior levels of government. So I will report back. My sense is we'll be developing forecasts out for potentially end of June, end of September, and end of December. That's my sense based on where conversations have been to date. And the rationale for doing so is so that municipalities in total can communicate and inform senior levels of government of the impact this is having to municipalities.
And, I know there's a lot of talk of stimulus package right now, but there are others that are beyond stimulus. I know the city of Vancouver, there was an article, I don't know if people caught it, but they're talking about being in a bankrupt position later this year if this continues, and they've asked for 200 million, I think it was, from their own federal government, from their own provincial government. So I don't foresee any monetary infusion of resources coming to municipalities above and beyond maybe a stimulus package. And I just wonder what you're hearing from our provincial government as it relates to the timelines of a stimulus package. And I say that in the context of my next question. So if you can answer that, and then I'll ask you about our own capital budget.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't heard at the staff level, either at the provincial or federal staff level, of some potential funding programs, or other than the ones I've described earlier, is the funding specifically for Ontario Works, housing services. There is approximately $18 million that we've reflected, and that's direct costs as it relates to the crisis and broader community costs that flow through the city of Hamilton. So specific to direct impacts to municipalities, there seem to be some themes in conversations with CFOs across the nation. Transit seems to be a service that's affecting many municipalities. Many municipalities are realizing, in the area of 70 to 90% reductions in ridership. Some municipalities uh, are not realizing any revenues because of the implementation of backdoor boarding, and so we're foregoing some of those revenues. So as it relates to the specific question, I'm not aware of any suggested programs from senior levels of government. Nonetheless, in part, as I mentioned, through Federation Canadian municipalities are identifying some common themes, transit being one, as well as other costs such as costs related to PPE and other common costs that municipalities are facing.
Thanks, Mike. So I think just based on your assessment in the report, I think we need to work from the premise that there's probably nothing forthcoming from either level of government to help us with the variance. There certainly may be from an economic kickstart perspective with a stimulus package, but I think as you've alluded to in a couple of areas in the report, we need to start finding financial ways and means within our own budget to start thinking about how we make up for that very large year-end deficit, which I think will be a little bit larger than that once we take this through the end of May and beyond. So you have alluded to some suggestions there, but there is no direction. And I was hoping that we could provide some direction today. And that might be looking at the capital budget for areas. And it's kind of an odd situation. We're going to be relying on capital projects probably to get us out of whatever recession we're in. But at the same time, we have direction from the province that only essential projects are to move forward. And so capital projects are important, but many capital projects right now have been delayed per provincial legislation, and rightfully so. So I think you've alluded, Mike, to looking into the capital budget as well as reserves, which I think there's limited capacity there. But could we provide some direction today in terms of staff going back, looking at what we've approved in 2020 for projects that, in light of the circumstances, most likely are not going to proceed, and using those levy dollars that have already been set aside to assist with the variance, as well as I think you've referenced the we're still looking at our 2019 year-end variance to assist with that. So I think between the combination of those two issues, there may be an opportunity to start looking for ways and means to offset the year-end variance, and in that context as well. I mean, I was hoping to discuss with my police colleagues, what's the status of our new hires? We had a very large enhancement this year. Obviously, the college is closed. I don't know if they're making accommodation online. So there are other large investments that we've made. Transit's another good example. How do we get those hires through in this very challenging year? So operationally, I think there's ways either through capital or through some of the investments we've made to look at the timelines associated with this interruption in service and life in general, and start looking at ways to peel that back, because my fear is that this number is going to continue to get larger by year end, and the later we leave it, I think the less opportunity we're going to have to properly deal with it. So sorry for those comments all wrapped up, I think, in a question, Mike, but my question would be, can we provide some guidance and some direction today in terms of looking at the capital budget and staff coming back with a report to help pay for this overage?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, because it prompts me to take committee members to page 8 of the report. You'll see on page 8 of the reports the theme described as budget deficits. Municipalities are different from provincial and federal governments as it relates to deficits. We're all familiar that provincial and federal governments can borrow their way out of a deficit position. That is not a opportunity for municipalities. So legislatively, municipalities, when they're facing some unexpected costs or unrealized revenues, legislatively, were restricted in that those variances, if there were to be a year-end deficit, and again, as I've suggested, each municipality across this nation is suggesting they will be facing year-end deficits as a result of this crisis. Legislatively, municipalities are required to either mitigate those through reserves, through deferring either operating or capital expenses, or levying for those in the upcoming year. And so, given the magnitude and the size of our forecast going into May 31st, if we continue to see this pandemic and the duration extend further into the year, it's going to make for a significant challenge going into 2021. So you'll see on page 8, we provide a brief description of the legislative restrictions under the Municipal Act, specifically Section 290 of the Municipal Act. And as Councillor Collins has identified, is we still haven't closed out our 2019 books. The report makes reference to a surplus of approximately $10 to $15 million. I expect it to be closer to the $15 million range, but that includes boards and agencies. If we net off Hamilton Police Services and Library, and that represents probably somewhere in the area of about $2 million of the 15 million. Capital represents about 3 million of the 15 million. It'll leave us close to about a $8 million operating surplus in 2019. Just remind council members that part of our financing strategy through our 2020 budget deliberations included leveraging that surplus, 990,000 for transit and 400,000 for paramedic services. So it'll leave us about $6 million potentially of our 2019 tax-supported operating surplus. The report makes reference to non-obligatory city reserves, but I would suggest staff will likely be looking at obligatory city reserves, and more specifically, this report was drafted before some of the extended restrictions around development and the fact that residential construction is being paused. That may have an impact as it relates to building services and development. Those service areas here at the City of Hamilton have stabilization reserves, and so we may turn to those stabilization reserves to help offset some of those. Those are obligatory reserves. So I just want to identify that while the report highlights non-obligatory city reserves, there may be a rationale to turn to obligatory city reserves. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we may need to turn to some 2020 adjustments, as well as operating adjustments, as well as looking at our 2020 approved capital projects. I believe there was a communication sent to council members last night from Public Works through Dan McKinnon's department, speaking to the status of some capital projects. One opportunity is to review the status of our capital projects. Early on in this process and during this crisis, there was a provincial message that we should be continuing on with infrastructure construction projects, but we're seeing that change most recently with the pause as it relates to residential development. So again, I expect there to be a series of impacts across infrastructure. As it relates to development-related projects, we'll probably have to recast some of our growth forecasts for the short term. That warrants reviewing some of the infrastructure that's required to support that growth. So we'll need to review those projects as well as our other tax-supported programs. And the last bullet point just makes reference to if there were to be a deficit that wasn't offset through federal or provincial grants or some of the measures I've just described, we would be required under legislation to mitigate that in 2021. There is conversations, municipalities are asking that that legislation be amended and to allow for those mitigations to occur over an extended period. So rather than having to impose a special levy, additional levy in 2021, is phase that in, for instance, over a 3-year period, sort of blended out. But those right now are discussions at the municipal staff level. They haven't been requested or conveyed specifically to the provincial government. So again, those are some of the measures that municipalities have available to us, given the crisis and the financial impacts this crisis is having on municipalities, including the city of Hamilton, and we're open to any direction from council.
Okay, well, at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, and I'll let others speak, I would like to put that direction just for staff to come back with a report on capital projects that may be delayed for the purposes of making up for the shortfall. And of course, then, with the understanding that they would be resubmitted in future years. And if I think there are some prime examples out there where, because of what's going on in the economy and with some of the provincial directives, I think there's probably some that will come right to the top and will be obvious for us as it relates to, they just won't happen anyway this year, even if they stay in the budget. So I'd be interested in putting a motion at the appropriate time whenever you want to come back to me,
I'll
and
come back
appreciate
to
the
you.
responses from Mike.
Okay, thank you. And we have Councillor Clark up next. I'll come back to you, Councillor Collins, for a motion later. Let's call Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Councillor Collins. He asked some really good questions, and a couple of them I was going to head down that road. The one question that I do have that has not been asked is with regards to page 5 of 8 of the report. At the top of the page, to Mr. Zagaric, Mr. Mayor, it talks about other. It says other foregone and deferred revenues. So I'm trying to, I guess, comprehend where the deferred revenue is in the forecasted deficit that we have.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question because I think there's some confusion around the term foregone revenue. I want to suggest to councillors they should interpret the term foregone revenue to mean unrealized revenue. I'm suggesting these are revenues that we will not realize in 2020. Where there may be opportunities to still capture some of these revenues would be what I had mentioned earlier around Provincial Fences Act. If there's changes in legislation that allows for an extension as it relates to the processing of those charges, is we may not forego that revenue. It may be we may have an opportunity when we come out of this crisis to still realize that revenue. So I appreciate the question because to be clear, I would suggest councillors and the public should read this, interpret this foregone revenue to mean unrealized revenue, revenue that the city will not be realizing in 2020.
And so does that unrealized revenue then include on that page 5 of 8 some of the deferred revenues? Like building permits, are we expecting that we won't see any of those building permits being issued this year? Are we expecting that 300,000 reduction in development applications to stay that way for the rest of 2020? Or if things clear by June, are we expecting that we will recoup some of those deferred revenues?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So as it relates to building permits, and I'll invite Jason to add comments to. What I expect is that when we come out of this crisis, there will be some ramping up of activity. However, all that activity won't come on board, I expect, all at once, nor should we expect that all the activity that would have occurred in 2020 may occur in the balance of 2020. So some of that building activity may lag into 2021. And for that reason, I'm suggesting we may have to look at some of our planning and building reserves to help to offset the principally employee-related costs that we're carrying over this crisis. So recognizing that staff are still working towards existing submissions and plans, there is still activity for staff to support, but just cautioning as it relates to the building industry and building activity. What we should expect is some lag as it relates to that, and potentially developers or that industry having to revisit some of their own financial situation. So a bit of an unknown as it relates to how long this crisis will extend in duration. But we are identifying, because of the provincial order, because now, for instance, residential is not an essential service, is we will not realize what we typically realize as it relates to building activity, and that has an impact in terms of our cash flow. And happy to invite Jason if he has any additional insight as it relates to the industry and what forecasts might exist.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd like Mr. Thorne to comment on projects that are in our municipality that would be considered essential.
Yep. Jason Thorne.
Sure. So to the first question, I think Mike summarized it well. What we tried to do was we did look at what revenues we're losing at the moment, and try to do a bit of an estimate or forecast based on where we understand some of the applications are at, to anticipate that some of them would still proceed and we'd have a bit of a bounce back in the fall to compensate for some of those lost revenues. But the anticipation is that we wouldn't be able to recover all of them. So what's being shown here is a conservative estimate of what we think would be foregone in 2020. As Mike said, some of that could carry through into 2021. We really are just trying to use our best judgment, a best estimate as to where things might be. It's fully possible that everything will fully bounce back and we'll have a really busy fall, and those foregone revenues that are happening right now could be recouped in the fall. We don't think it'll quite happen that way. We think we'll recoup some, but not all. So this is really our best estimate of what we think would be net loss in 2020. But really industry-wide, everybody's in a bit of a wait and see. So to the councillor's question, in terms of what's impacted right now, we have residential. Generally, the only thing that is proceeding from in the private sector development world right now is residential projects that had commenced prior to the issuance of the provincial order. What was that, a week and a half ago? Those projects were permitted to proceed. Any new residential, new non-residential is not proceeding at this time. That's from a construction standpoint, though. We are still processing applications. We are still processing building permits. So all of that work continues. It's just that the applicant themselves can't advance to the stage of construction unless they were a residential project that had commenced prior to the provincial order.
And so my last question, Mr. Mayor, would be to Mr. Thorne. As we move through with this crisis, based on the current volume of applications and permits before us, do we have a timeline when we would find ourselves in the planning department with no more applications or permits coming through because the crisis has continued longer than expected? Do we have any expected timeline as to when that might happen?
The short answer is I don't have a timeline as to when that might happen, and I think it's important to note that applications are still coming in. We are still accepting applications, and although there's been fewer of them, we are still getting a lot of application activity. And of course, given the time lag in the development world, a lot of the work that we would have been doing now anyways is applications that were received 6 to 8 months ago. So all of that is still proceeding. So I think if we're looking at a sustained downturn, if applications don't recover to the forecasted levels, if council may recall at budget time, we had already predicted that 2020 there'd be a bit of a downturn in number of planning applications. So that was already built into our forecasts. And it is just something we monitor on a month-by-month basis in terms of how many applications are coming in. And as Mike noted, the main reason for having those two particular reserves, the building reserve and the development fee stabilization reserve, is to anticipate these sort of periods where even if we have fewer applications coming in the door today, we're still dealing with a backlog from 6, 8, 10 months ago. And we generally try to have about 12 to 18 months of operating costs covered within those reserves so that we can deal with existing applications, even if we have nothing new coming in the door.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so, Mr. Mayor, the last question, and you can answer it now or towards the end of this particular section. It's towards Councillor Collins' prediction that the provincial government will likely fund infrastructure, but not provide, and I'm putting my own paraphrase in here, sir, a bailout to municipalities for foregone costs and impacts and things along that line. Do we have any indication from the minister? I know the ministers have been talking about emergency funding, things along that line. What's your expectation? Do you have any guess at the moment?
You're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Yep, yes, thank you. So there is a big push being put on by big city mayors and FCM on a bail for municipalities. They're aggregating numbers. Like Mike Zagaric is part of the CFO effort to bring numbers to the federal government, and it's predominantly focused on the federal government, not the provincial government. Looking at bailout numbers in the billions of dollars for municipalities right across the country. So that's an effort that's happening as we speak. I think the anticipation is, and there's no guarantees here, that currently they're focused on the immediacy of helping people and businesses right now. And they'll be looking at potential municipal bailout later on. We're past the pandemic. Should we be opening up the economy again? That would be the moment in time that they would be looking at a bailout. We've not heard a yes. We have absolutely not heard a no from the federal government in terms of their understanding of the impacts on municipalities, the added costs that we were incurring, and the need to also provide a bailout, because if they don't, then the impacts on municipalities going forward is quite significant, especially when it turns into deferred capital projects that they want to have happen to support the economy, and potential additional municipal taxes that'll have to be incurred to the very people that they're trying to support and keep flush right now. So I think they understand the dilemma, and my anticipation is that they're going to come through with something. We have not heard the formal yes, but it's an active effort by big city mayors and FCM to quantify what that number might be and push them to make that commitment.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilor Pearson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is for Mike Zagaric. Mike, I've had a few residents contact me. It's with regards to summer students. And I understand, I believe at the last virtual meeting, you mentioned that some funding was coming down. I know that everything's been put on hold now, but can you advise if anything is being looked at going forward to assist and also assist our staff, I'm sure, with the workload?
Can I suggest that we should probably be dealing with that on an in-camera basis based on the report we're going to be looking at? Because in fairness, we're talking financial impacts at this point.
Okay, thank you.
The hiring process is probably more appropriate on the in-camera discussion. But that's
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and General Manager Zagaric. Appreciate the report. And I support obviously the two-part recommendation to appeal to senior levels of government. Just a couple of quick questions. Mike, I think it's important for our residents to know across the city, if you can. We've always had a AA+ rating from Poor's and Standard, our city, and of course, primarily with the excellent care of your department and city manager and the leadership team. Can you give some ballpark idea? We've always been taught in life to save for a rainy day, and boy, we've been poured upon in terms of this pandemic. So can you give some indication today, and if you can't, maybe for next week, roughly what the reserves are within the city of Hamilton to demonstrate? You've always spoken very favorably about the overall reserves in the city and how we bank on them in trying times. Well, this is unprecedented, but I think that kind of assurance, Mr. Mayor, would be important, at least to my constituents and possibly across the city. General Manager, please.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question. I suspect that, like the city of Hamilton, all municipalities are looking at our cash flow. Similar to what households are doing. They're looking at the revenue coming in and the revenue going out. Part of that analysis includes what's referred to as liquidity, and that is financial resources available to the municipality to see us through a crisis such as this. You may recall from the Standard & Poor's reports, the last reports, they had rankings around liquidity for municipalities, and the rankings are 1 to 5, 1 being strong and 5 being weak. The City of Hamilton's ranking was 1. We had the highest ranking as it relates to our liquidity. And
Congratulations, General Manager.
And that liquidity and through you, Mr. Mayor, that's shared with council and as it relates to council's financial management. Over the last number of years, council's made concerted efforts to direct funds to reserve. Post amalgamation, we were in a different situation. We had challenges and we were drawing from reserves and deferring contributions to reserves. Over the last 10 years, we've reversed course somewhat and we've made greater contributions to reserves for our situation such as this, maybe not to this magnitude, but similar to the 2008-9 recession. So specific to the question with respect to our reserve forecasts is our current state of our reserves, recognizing there are some commitments to those reserves. We have about $990 million to those reserves. And I know that sounds like it is a significant figure, but maybe I'll spend a little time describing those reserves for the benefit of council members and the public.
Please.
A majority of those reserves, we talked about obligatory reserves and non-obligatory reserves. So there are some reserves that municipalities are required to have that are restricted in how they can be applied. Jason made reference to the building reserve and the planning or development stabilization reserves. Those are restricted as to how those funds can be applied. They have to be applied to those service areas. We have provincial and federal gas tax revenue sharing. Both senior levels of government share revenues, gas tax revenues with municipalities. In the case of the province, they share those revenues with municipalities that have responsibility for transit. Those are obligatory reserves. We can only apply in the case of the provincial gas tax, those funds to transit. In the case of the federal gas tax, towards infrastructure projects. We have reserves, for instance, surrounding WSIB. We have about $35 million in reserves. As employees experience WSIB claims or workplace issues, we fund those claims from our reserve. And the purpose of that reserve is for that intended reason. Majority of our reserves are infrastructure reserves. We often talk about our unallocated capital reserve. That's a reserve that's intended for unscheduled infrastructure opportunities or pressures. We have equipment reserves as it relates to replacing our equipment. In case of transit, I believe we budget for a 12-year life cycle for transit vehicles. Every 12 years, we expect to replace those vehicles, and we put money aside each year towards the replacement of those vehicles. Similar for fire equipment, for ambulances, for our central fleet, for forestry, for our waste management. So again, those form part of that $990 million figure. We also have some funds in the bank which are referred to as short-term investments. And the final opportunity we have, and I believe it's referenced in the report, in extreme circumstances, we have a line of credit. You know, households similarly may have line of credits with that they can leverage to see themselves through a difficult situation. The City of Hamilton has a line of credit of approximately $65 million, and we could tap into that line of credit if required.
General Manager, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I think in these very nervous, unsettling, uncertain times, important for my constituents to hear the very healthy reserve and financial state and rankings that we've had over the years in light of this horrendous crisis that the world and obviously ourselves are going through in light of what the world's going through. Next, Mr. Mayor, just the other point I want to make, and I don't know if General Manager Johnson, Paul Johnson is there. I just want to speak in a favorable way to page 6 of 8 that shows under the long-term care for our two lodges, Macassa and Wentworth. and under the cleaning and disinfectant subcategory on page 6 about transit. I'm very, very pleased to see that we're spending close to an additional $100,000 for cleaning and medical supplies at McCass and Wentworth Lodge. And I'm very pleased to see that we're spending close to about $400,000 for extra enhanced cleaning and fogging for transit services, including the special chemical that is being applied to the bus interiors to repel the virus. I think those type of assurances, although extra expenses, are most needed at this time. And back to the LTCs, Mr. Mayor, it's very sad to see what a number of LTCs in our city and province are going through. And I suspect one of them could be in the area where they just aren't supplying sufficiently the amount of funds necessary for either staffing and or cleansing of the facilities. And sadly, that's why we're seeing what we are. Overall, Mr. Mayor, thank you, General Manager, and I'm supportive of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. And I really appreciate the previous questions from the speakers. I just have two quick questions, and for the benefit of our viewers and our residents who are tuning in, I think I'll start with Jason Thorne. Jason, are you there?
Yep. Jason's here.
So, Jason, there's a number, as you indicated, there's a number of applications that are in the process of being reviewed. Certainly in my area, I've got a number of residents and businesses who are waiting for approvals, and we are working through them. Building has been exceptional under these circumstances. I just want to give a shout out to all the building staff. But my question is, with the building permit still being approved, are fees still being paid, even though these residents cannot always, due to the legislation around COVID and construction, they can't always get right into doing their projects? But how are we handling the fees? Is there any deferrals being offered?
So
Jason?
right now, in order to receive the building permit, the fee must be paid. So
Right.
fees are being paid. There's no deferral of the fees. Certainly, we have given applicants the option if they want to wait and not actually collect their building permit yet because they can't do anything with it anyways. That's an option. But we have been collecting full fees to date. That is a requirement that's part of your application is not complete until it has the fees attached to it.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate that. I didn't want to assume that was being handled, but certainly that hadn't been covered off. A number of my questions have been answered, but for the benefit of our residents, my next question will be for Mike. Mike, in the report, and thank you, it's a very good report. I appreciate all the general managers' input into it. When we've just passed at our last meeting, the program or the initiative for tax deferrals, waiving fees and interest. And my question is, has that been factored into the report and the figures that you're presenting?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is, Councillor Clark made reference to page 5 of
Yep.
8 other, and you'll see in that paragraph under other is reference to $570,000 in tax penalties. That is the impact of what was approved. We're forecasting what was approved by council last week. Again, that is just a forecast. We're making some assumptions as to the percentage of households and non-residential property owners who will participate in the program. But it is captured in the report before you.
Okay, and thank you. And that is waiving the fees and interest. So it's not the deferral of the fees. The deferral is for the taxes, for property taxes for the end of April. It is the waiving of the fees and the interest. Is that accurate? Okay.
It is, yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the waiving of the penalty and interest for the April 30th as well as the June 30th. You'll recall that both periods, April 30th, the penalties interest is waived for 60 days. For June 30th, the penalties and interest is waived for 30 days ending July 31st.
Okay, thank you very much. And going back to Councillor Collins at the very beginning asked a couple of good questions. One of them was around your projections into September to December, looking at the fourth quarter, particularly around the impact of the COVID-19 for that time period. I'm wondering, this is great to get the information we've got right now, which is until the end of May. Is that correct?
So through you,
In your
Mr. Mayor, that's
report
correct.
to the end of May. Yeah. Okay. And so for the projections past that, what would be the timing on bringing that information forward for our residents and for council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I made reference to those dates based on conversations that are being had through Federation Canadian Municipalities with CFOs across
Yep.
the nation. What we're hoping is that we align with respect to our forecast periods to avoid duplication of work or extra effort. So right now, I believe our next call is this Friday. I'm hoping that we will resolve what the forecast periods are. If we agree to the forecast period, staff will start to develop formats, a framework for tracking those costs, and we would report back with respect to June. I would hope we would be in a position in early May to report
Okay.
back with respect to June, early to mid-May.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also want to give a shout out, though, to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Of course, I'm the council representative. I think they are doing a stellar job, and I'm just so grateful that we are a member, and certainly a member in good standing. And I do appreciate all the work being done by the FCM organization, and my opportunity to be able to work with them and to have a good conversation. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councilor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, let me start off by thanking everyone involved, including yourself, Mr. Mayor, and EOC. I'm humbled by everyone's work, and I really commend their efforts. And by extension, I know the community does. I am, however, a little concerned about how we're approaching this in the sense that I don't think we're recognizing how serious of a situation this is. We've never really faced a situation like this before. There's no frame of reference. Everything that I'm reading and listening to and reaching out to others in other countries and what's happening is that we're ahead of the game with respect to the numbers declining based on our projections, but we're going to be living with some form of COVID-19 potentially till 2022 is the latest documented report I read. So the financial impact on this cannot rest on the backs of the municipality. It is just a non-starter. As everyone knows, the downloading issue, it was argued based on the fact that certain taxpayers, particularly municipal taxpayers, should not be subject to these types of expenses because it's regressive in nature. It belongs in a progressive form of taxation at the provincial and federal level. I'm not willing to give up that fight yet. Hence, I'm not signaling that we're giving up that fight collectively, nationally, and provincially. They need to know that if we're going to bail out corporate Canada and the corporate world, and capitalism is dead again, as it was in 2008, that municipalities are at the front of the line as well. We cannot sustain this. You guys are dreaming in technicolor if you think that this is going to go on for another year and we're somehow going to cut and slash our budgets to accommodate and increase taxes. We couldn't afford the taxes we're paying before this crisis. So I don't want to throw in the towel to the province and the feds. I want to stay very strong and committed to ensuring they recognize that we can't afford this crisis and only they can get us out of this crisis. So, and we have to be prepared for the waves that we're going to be subjected to and the waves of COVID-19. And lastly, I think the stimulus package is one thing. And as we know, in the past, in 2008 and 2009, as I mentioned in the previous two council meetings, those are the two, that is a very important aspect of this plan. We need to get ahead of that, get as much work on the table, including from our own capital budget. This is not the time to cancel capital projects. This is the time to increase our capital projects to get people working so they can feed their families. So I'm not prepared to cut anything on our capital now. what I'm prepared to do is stay the course and wait for the federal government and the provincial government to bail every single municipality out, because this needs to be done in a progressive manner, not a regressive manner. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to start by expressing my relief that we have some of the capability of Mike Zagaric on our staff looking after the finances through this difficult time. In the whole finance department, it was a very easy report to read. And I feel very comfortable that he's going to steer us through this crisis in a very professional and proper manner. I also want to endorse Councillor Collins' motion. In fact, I'd love to second it. I had the exact same thing on my list. So I'm not going to repeat it, but I would like to see that report back. And lastly, Mike, on table 3 table 1 on page 8, you go through a matrix of the various tax supported problems that we're going to have, totaling at 22,865. Similar to what the mayor brought up with police and library, I have the same issue with conservation authorities. The Hamilton Conservation Authority depends on $8 million in self-generated revenue, primarily through user fees. And this time of year is very popular, as we can get from the feedback from our constituents, for the trails. And of course, there's a pay system when you go into the Dundas Valley or the Aramosa Karst or the Spencer Gorge. And of course, we're not receiving any revenue from that area now. And I know the Christie Antique Show is a huge event with lots of admission, and it's already been canceled. So in future reports, Mike, would it be possible to for you to consult with the staff at the Conservation Authority? I know Neil has advised me that he thinks we're going to be eligible for the 75% in staff that we're keeping on, based on the numbers that he's seen so far. But I think we should probably, in addition to the ones you've listed on table 1, track the Hamilton Conservation Authority because of the $8 million we're not seeing right now for the self-generated revenue.
So through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can absolutely. It is one of the topics at the Federation Canadian Municipalities that they're having with cities across the nation, the issue around boards and agencies and how those boards and agencies are constituted, and whether or not that makes those boards and agencies available to the federal funding programs, or does it exclude those boards and agencies? So it is conversations we're having through FCM with senior levels of government. Happy to report back. And if I can, Mr. Mayor, through you just recognizing all of the talented staff that support me in not only finance, but across the departments that helped to prepare all this information. Is all that information that I'm able to share with you flows through the talented staff who helped me prepare for council meetings such as today. So thank you for that recognition, and I'm happy to share that with all of our staff.
Great, thanks, Mike. That's all.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. So I mean, this is obviously a preamble before we go in camera, not in the sole context of what's in the reports, but issues that are, I guess, tangible to it. So I want to thank Councillor Marula, who indicated that taxpayers are paying too much already, and this could be a further burden. It's not fair to them, because I didn't vote for the tax increase this year, because one of the comments I made very clearly is we don't know what to expect with the COVID experience in Hamilton, because we weren't there yet. And I was concerned about the implications and costs that may manifest itself, which we are now seeing. So I want you to put that on record. That's why I didn't support the tax increases this year. Second piece is, I am concerned because the clock is ticking. I know a lot of us have had letters from, and I got grandparents and so what can I do with their middle-aged kids, or sons and daughters who are married and got kids are all laid off. On my street and neighborhood alone, 80% are laid off, no pay. So, you know, they like the idea that we were working on for example, the tax deferral, but the questions kept coming up. What are we doing, knowing that we're going to have cost overruns that we can't control, to actually mitigate the bleeding? What are we going to do? and how fulsome is it? So we are going to be dealing with something to that extent in camera, but I guess my concern is it's not complete, because you would think that this is the window to demonstrate to our taxpayers that we're doing whatever we can to control things that are controllable. And it concerns me that we got 8,000 people working for the city of Hamilton, and yet when you read the report, it really talks about a very small number, and it doesn't. And there's reasonable explanations for it. So I want to make sure I'm not criticizing staff. I'm talking macroly.
Well,
I just want to make sure.
Let's make sure
I'm
we
talking
focus the
macroly.
conversation that we separate the two issues, right? So we were talking about financial implications on this report.
Well,
so
this is about financial implications.
It is indeed, but you're conflating two issues now, and I think that's not particularly fair to everyone else that's maintained the discussion that's going to happen in camera.
Yeah. So, well, but I think it needs to be said because it's not going to be said anywhere else, right?
Yeah, well, it will be said. There'll be lots of time to say.
Anyway, so it concerns me that every time a week goes by and decisions are being made that is outside of the control of council, there are long-term implications of those decisions financially.
Of course.
And they're good decisions, so I'm not criticizing it. But the problem is when those decisions are made, there needs to be a process in which there's a clear transparency and accountability to it. Because we need to be able to feel comfortable explaining the circumstances, and they're very reasonable explanations, but we're not capturing them in the context of reports. So when we talk about financial implications, I am concerned that we're not getting the fullness of what the impacts are in our community. And my question to Mike is, what haven't you said that's not contained in the report that could come out from and bite us?
Mike, have you left anything out?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I made reference to cash flow. So cash flow is similar to what households are doing. They're reviewing the money coming in and the money going out. And in terms of our cash flow, approximately each month is we expend about $62 million for payroll and employee related costs. And that sounds like a big figure. It is a big figure, but it's not the biggest outflow of funds for the city. The biggest outflow of funds is actually purchasing goods and services in our infrastructure. We expend about $97 million a month paying our bills as it relates to buying goods and services from vendors and the procuring of contractual work or infrastructure work. So as it relates to risk, absolutely, what we discussed last week around property taxes, one of the risks is that property owners will not be able to meet their obligation in 2020 and they may be deferred into 2021. So we have stress test our cash flow. We make assumptions. What if 50% of our property owners aren't able to meet their obligations in 2020? I can tell you is that we would still maintain liquidity. We would be able to pay our bills under that scenario. We would be able to pay our bills into 2020, partway into 2021, but I'm not sure we would be able to pay the balance of our bills for the balance of 2021. So as it relates to municipalities, we're principally reliant on property taxes and fees and charges. And you'll see in the report that's before you, it's that category of fees and charges that we are realizing the greatest impact in foregone revenues as our programs are shuttered, as we're foregoing some of our revenues. In the case of transit, that's having the most significant impact as it relates to our cash flow. So to the councillor's question, one of the risks are specifically the obligation of property owners to pay their taxes. We feel confident we can see our way through 2020, and we'll continue monitoring into 2021.
Councillor Whitehead.
I appreciate that. And I want to make sure that I'm talking about a process. I'm not talking about the people that are doing some great work, including Mike, on these files, but we have a responsibility as a board of directors to ensure that the information and report is fulsome so that we can understand on every itemized expenditure where it's being spent. And that's our role. So just to make sure there's some accountability in this process. And And I know that we're running two things parallel because we're trying ultimately to deal with the health crisis that is taking place around this world and in Hamilton. So I appreciate it, but I'm just giving you the feedback. I can't even walk down the street without somebody yelling at me about their kids being laid off and have no income, and they still have to pay their taxes, and they can't even go to the rec center, and they're not getting their yard and leaf picked up, and I'm getting letters and people saying, look, be sensitive to our needs, and I want to make sure understand that there's uncontrollable cost, and we've identified it. Thank you, Michael. But we also have to be seeing where there is bleeding that we can actually prevent to mitigate that we're doing that. And that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, if I may. Reference was made to the Hamilton Police Service, and I just would like to ask my colleagues if information will be forthcoming later. My assumption is the reference was made to hires or new hires, perhaps having to be put on hold. My assumption is that the situation we're in now is probably impacting the overtime budget, meaning I'm imagining the amount of overtime is not as great as it has been in past years, but perhaps they're having to expend money in areas where they hadn't in past years, such as protective equipment. So if I could just put that out there, that I trust that information will be forthcoming from you, Mr. Mayor.
It'll be going to the board for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
There hasn't, just so for your information, there hasn't been a significant impact to date. I can give you an approximate confidentially in terms of what the number is, but it's not significant.
Thank you. And I also would like to thank Mr. Zagaric for the work on this report and his team, of course. I'm just trying to understand a few items. Where we are now, but where we were operationally at this time last year in terms of our expenditures, because it's not as if we weren't spending money last year. So if you could just highlight, Mr. Zagaric, for me, so that I can better understand the deviation from the norm, if you will, where we were last year at this time in our expenditure and where we are this year, just so those who are following this might have an appreciation that we weren't stagnant last year. We had expenses. We have maybe different expenses this year, if I may, through you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the question. And I'll caveat is these are significant figures. Just a reminder to the general public is the City of Hamilton expense approximately $2.3 billion each year. So the figures I'm going to make reference to are significant dollar figures. To the end of March, we've expended about $417 million to date. And this relates to not only tax, but our rate supported programs. It includes our operating expenditures. It includes our investments in infrastructure. It includes our costs to support that infrastructure, including our debt financing costs. Where we are compared to last year, it's a difference of about $43 million. Part of that is the what's referenced in the report, the COVID financial impacts, but as well what varies year to year is, for instance, your pace of infrastructure development. So that will vary year to year, and your payments as it relates to funding that infrastructure will vary. So as it relates to what we've expended over 400, but about $417 million to date. That's about 17% greater than where we were March 31st of 2019. And I'll take this moment just through you, Mr. Mayor. The EOC and senior leadership team early on in this crisis recognized that we had a role to play as it relates to trying to support the local economy. So we made concerted efforts to fund our bills, referred to as accounts payable. And early on in this crisis, I was monitoring our outstanding invoices And we've reduced our outstanding invoices over the last few weeks through the effort of staff by about 25%. We're trying to get funds into the hands of our vendors so that they can practice income continuity and so that they can meet their financial obligations. So I just want to take a moment to highlight the efforts through the EOC and senior leadership team to try to help the local economy.
Thank you, Mike. Councilor
Thank you.
Wilson?
Thank you. I really appreciate that. If I understand, if I understood your point, I do think the public sector has a responsibility here. Our incomes are not being, those of us who sit around the table, our incomes are not being interrupted. And if we can expend our money locally, because clearly this crisis is showing us that our economy is fueled by consumption, then it's an important practice. I'm just trying to understand. Thank you. Councillor Jackson asked the question, asked you to elaborate on reserves, and I appreciate what you said. I'm wondering whether there would be any value going forward if you could provide a more detailed report on identifying those reserves. You referenced building, the development reserve, of course, the future fund, and giving a little bit of explanation of the restrictions around some of them, obligatory and not obligatory, and also the status of the balance, if you will, of those reserves. Would you be able to do that at some point, Mr. Zagarek?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, each year we report to council through our reserves report, and that in addition to the staff report is a complete book as it relates to each of our reserves. We identify what the purpose of the reserve is, what the opening balance in those reserves, and what the commitments are for the next few years. We can look at our last report in an effort to try to get the information to you quickly. We can look at our last reports and share some of those details with you. We typically report in June. This isn't a typical year, so I don't know what the status of that report is, but typically we report in June, and we can compile some of that information back based on our last report that forecasted out to 2021. So the earlier figures I referenced to Councillor Jackson's figures were those balances to date, but there are commitments on some of those reserves, and so that's captured in those forecasts to 2021. Happy to share that with all of council.
Thank you, Mr. Zagarek. I think people at home are taking a greater interest in our expenditures and the status of our financial situation. So I just think that would be a good report to have. Another question I have is just trying to understand the revenue situation and what we're accounting for today, but what actually we wouldn't spend this year regardless. So I'll use the example of our red light camera reserves. So you provide an account of revenue that might be foregone, but help me understand, we wouldn't be spending that revenue this year in its totality, right? It's a reserve that the monies we draw from that in subsequent years. Could you help me explain that one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I just used the term commitments. So that is one of those reserves that there are commitments. Some of those commitments are related to employee-related costs. We fund some employee-related costs in traffic operations as it relates to red light camera proceeds. There's some infrastructure capital projects. We can provide that information as it relates to what those commitments are. So the risk to the city going into 2020 is that as traffic volumes decrease as a result of people staying home, we're realizing less red light camera infraction revenues. And so that makes up the pressure going into 2020. On an offset to that is something that we're realizing is as people stay home, we're seeing fewer risk management claims. So in that foregone or that avoided costs is approximately $1 million in what we're forecasting as favorable risk management costs. So again, there are pressures as it relates to people staying home in terms of our revenues. and as well as our efforts as it relates to COVID-19, but as well, there are some avoided costs as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, and I know it's not part of the report, but it does have a tax implication. So you can cut me off if you'd like. Mr. Zagarek, is it my understanding that perhaps COVID has affected the way in which reassessments are done and the schedule for that? Could you speak to that?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have all the details before me. It was announced, I believe, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. A few impacts is as it relates to, we talked a bit about building and the pause or interruption around some construction activity. Well, as a result of COVID-19, the agency responsible for tracking development, MPAC, is protecting its workforce as well. So some of the reporting that we're reliant upon as it relates to capturing that information for the purposes of property taxation is going to be delayed. We don't know. It'll be subject to the duration of this crisis, so we don't know what the impact will be, and that's typically reported. I report that as assessment growth figures and supplementary taxes. You'll see again in the reports reference to supplementary taxes. So again, unknowns as it relates to MPAC's ability to track growth and development during this period. The other announcements the provincial government made is we would have been going into a new reassessment, 4-year reassessment period into 2021. They paused that for a year.
Yeah.
So the impact that will have is you'll recall that some weeks ago, prior to this crisis, we were discussing during our final deliberations on the 2020 budget tax shifts that are occurring principally across the residential class. And so we will not experience for 1 year, because of this pause, those tax shifts. And so for wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, that'll create some relief in 2021. And I'm assuming that we'll get into a new 4-year reassessment period starting in 2022. But we'll provide some more detail around those impacts through some future reports.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Zagarek, for your work and the work of your team. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn to Councillor Collins, I'd like to make a couple of comments myself, actually. So I want to kind of build on what Councillor Marula was heading towards, which is there's clearly an effort and anticipation that the federal government will bail out municipalities. I think, and municipalities at this point have a responsibility also to do our part to support the people and our local economy, and to keep as many people as employed as possible. I think that we cannot shirk that responsibility. And capital projects down the road are going to be part of an economic stimulus that's going to get our economy going again. So I'm very leery of in advance hiving off capital projects prior to our knowing and understanding what the federal or provincial government's prepared to do. And I think it lands on the federal government predominantly. Their effort, as you well know, has been to put that money into the hands of people, even though they're staying home, not working. Support them, help them pay their bills, so that when this thing passes us, that the economy can kind of step up again into some semblance of moving towards the kind of prosperity that we had previously. If we curtail all of that, then we're going to prolong our own economic recovery for an extended period of time. So we need to be a partner in this effort. Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry, you're waving.
So to speak subsequent, because I have one question I forgot to ask Michael.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. And so I think it's important that we are mindful of that sense of responsibility. It's not just about our budget; it's also about our community, the individuals in our community, and future economic recovery. So I'm kind of where Councillor Marula is. I don't mind planning forward. I think it's premature to make any of those decisions at this point in time. What we need to do is start thinking about how we can continue to support our local economy, our local employees, to the degree that we can, so that they can continue to get the resources they need, they can continue to pay their bills. And for those that are going to get benefited by, other means, certainly we should look at that. But I don't want to lose sight of the fundamental responsibility we have to be a partner in supporting the economy in partnership with our federal and provincial government. So they're expending huge amounts of money to ensure that people are able to continue to pay their bills, get their groceries, maintain, some semblance of a lifestyle, even though they're not working. And so I think that factors into our decision-making process as well. And I regret to say that I've inspired a whole new set of speakers, so my apologies for that. But I think it's an important issue, and again, prudent for us to plan forward. Understand what changes we could make should none of that assistance and subsidy happen from the federal governments. But I think we need to not shoot ourselves in the foot, because that push is going to happen. I don't want to be excluded from that, and I want to ensure that that we can encourage our federal government to support municipalities that are going to all have significant deficits. I mean, we're all in the same boat. Different degrees. I think the number for Toronto is something like $930 million that they anticipate would be a shortfall for the year as they plan forward. Those are numbers that are going to be difficult for any municipality to bear at any sort of level. And so, Councilor Marul is quite right. We need to be looking at our federal and provincial partners for that level of assistance, because we don't have the kind of dollars and resources that they have. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. I'll turn to the speakers list again. I've got Councillor Farr for the first time, and then Councillors Whitehead, Wilson, and then Councillor Collins for a motion. So, Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciating all the comments and questions from my colleagues and yourself through the last little bit here. Having a look at the agenda, one of the things that popped out for me was 6.1 on today's agenda, which is the annual building permit revenue report. And I think it's relevant to what I'm about to ask, and through you to Mr. Zagaric, because it's been referenced on a few occasions. And I think one of the big standouts from all of your good comments and advice to us during this conversation was that we have $990 million in reserves right now. That seems like a very big number, and certainly, as you noted, with obligatory and non-obligatory, there's stuff that we can contemplate going down the road of perhaps helping us to mitigate the issues that lie ahead. And then there are others, the obligatory reserves, which traditionally and up to this point, we can't contemplate messing with. That said, we have a provincial government right now that's, because of the COVID-19 outbreak, the pandemic, they've had a willingness and obviously have already amended certain provincial policies. And so I'm wondering if you've already looking at our obligatory reserves, highlighted some, maybe even that always growing building revenue stabilization reserve, which on today's 6.1 report is closing in on $20 million, making formal requests to the province on amending even temporarily some of those obligatory reserves.
Mike?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I expect that in coming weeks, months, we'll work with our planning and economic development colleagues, with Jason as it relates to that reserve. There are restrictions, legislative restrictions, as to how those proceeds can be applied. But again, I would suggest nothing is off the table at this time as it relates to ask from senior levels of government to help us through this crisis. These aren't normal times, and where municipalities have funds available, and there may need to be some amendments to regulations as to how those funds can be applied. I would say all of those are appropriate conversations.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, am I hearing, Mike, then from, I think it was Councillor Wilson just moments ago, you're going to come to us sooner rather than later with sort of a rundown on where we're at with reserves, which will be helpful. But when you do that, is there a way maybe perhaps you could highlight some of those obligatory reserves that are more apt for requests with respect to being a little more lenient on those, as you call them, legislative restrictions? Would you be able to highlight some of those for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is yes, and I would go a little further and say if staff had recommendations as to how the legislation and regulations could be amended in the short term, just to see us through those crises, we would include those as potential recommendations.
I'd be grateful for that, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, I've always, anybody who's been around a while knows that during the budget process, usually, maybe not this year, but that building revenue stabilization reserve been a bit of a highlight for me because, again, it does continue to grow. And I want to say I respect and appreciate Jason Thorne's answers earlier when speaking to that. He said, you know, his planning staff are busy addressing 12 to 18 months of existing applications. So there's no shortage of work in the planning department. But the reality is that that reserve, that stabilization reserve, continues to grow. And today's report shows, once again, there may be, you know, in a $20 million reserve that continues to grow, opportunities there. So I'm happy about that. I'll just say that I'm supportive of Councillor Collins' motion, which I think we're going to get to any moment now, and also appreciate some of the things that I've heard with respect to, you know, this is an unprecedented time to be governing both, obviously municipally, provincially, and federally. So it's not lost on me, and we have nothing in the past where we could, you know, get help guiding us as we move forward. So I think these kinds of conversations are more important than ever. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to our staff who've done some great work, especially with the EOC to date.
You're 100% right. There's no roadmap for this.
No roadmap.
We're all figuring it out as we go. Councillor Danko, first time, Councillor Nan, first time, and then Councillors Whitehead, Wilson, and then Collins. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions for General Manager McKinnon on the issue of the capital projects in the 2020 budget. So I know this is an issue that's top of mind to residents. They see city construction projects underway right now and kind of wonder why we're going ahead if we're in the middle of an emergency. But the Public Works staff under General Manager McKinnon have already gone through the 2020 capital projects list. There's 225 projects on the list. They've each been triaged into essential proceeding, non-essential delayed, and non-essential not starting. That was sent to everybody late last night, so you might not have had a chance to go through it yet. But they've all been categorized based on provincial regulations and the necessity to the municipality as a core service. I don't think they've been compared to the budget and cross-reference with what the budget implications might be for what's recommended on that list, but it's intended to be sort of a living document that's updated on a regular basis as we move forward. And then just a couple thoughts on that is that delaying construction projects doesn't necessarily save money because the non-residential construction price index is around 3%. So every year that it's pushed off, these projects increase in price. So two questions for General Manager McKinnon is just how were those projects that were on that list assessed, and what further work needs to be done to cross-reference that with the budget implications?
Okay. Dan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the criteria that we used in making the decisions about which projects would move forward, first of all, we looked at the criteria from the province and then blended it with our criteria here. So essentially, it's any projects that by not continuing with it would create an immediate danger to life, health, or safety. If we were going to be in non-compliance with legislative or regulatory requirements as a result of delaying the project or shuttering it, we decided to keep it going. Some of the projects that we already had underway, if we were to stop them, we would be creating risk when it comes to the actual facilities that we were working on. For example, a building envelope where we needed to close it in so that it wasn't exposed to the elements. If there was an opportunity to have serious environmental damage, we were going to continue with that project. And any construction project that was necessary to allow another essential service or activity to continue. We layered on top of that some of the Hamilton criteria, I will call it. For example, anything that was going to be at risk with respect to other funding from other levels of government, and And then additionally, any projects that were going to require staff from other divisions to assist in the project itself. So for example, in our transportation operations and maintenance group or in Hamilton Water, if by virtue of continuing with those projects, it was going to require those operational staff to have to come into a yard and assemble in numbers in order to go out and support those projects, we decided to shut those down. So I would say in a general way, we have likely been more cautious than the provincial guidance had dictated. But at this point, we have not had an opportunity to, and this is something that's on the agenda for Mike and I to take offline and work on, is to say what's the implications from a budget perspective and what opportunities might exist if we were to delay some of these projects going forward in order to provide some relief to the operating budget. That is an exercise that Mike's team and mine still have to go through, and I expect we'll be doing that over the next week in order to be able to answer that question.
Thank you. Councilor Danko?
Thank you. No, it's all my questions. Glad to hear that. Been giving that quite a bit of thought.
In the works. Thank you. Councilor Net?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Thank you to General Manager Zagaric for the report and all the staff who participated in preparing it for today's council meeting. I would agree with earlier comments that as a municipality, we are responsible for providing essential services that our residents during this time. I've heard nothing but really positive responses for the most part. I'd say the vast majority of Ward 3 residents have been positive in saying that they've been appreciative of the way in which the city is carrying out our services during the pandemic. The role that the municipality is playing in supporting our community-based sector. So as much as we need to be prepared to bolster the economy coming out of this pandemic, we also are doing the necessary work of ensuring our social bolstering is in place to make sure our most vulnerable residents are being taken care of. So I just wanted to make sure that that narrative is there in this conversation, that our municipality is doing what's necessary at this time, and that there's actually more that we could be doing and will be doing as it relates to ensuring our most vulnerable and marginalized residents are being cared for during this pandemic. I do agree that we certainly absolutely, as any responsible organization, need to lean out as needed, but I don't view anything in this report that has come before us that indicates that the city is bleeding out in any kind of way. So I just wanted to reinforce and give thanks to staff for preparing the report. I'm looking forward to some of the suggestions that were placed by colleagues in our weekly kind of review of where things are at financially. And finally, agree with Councillor Marula's comments that if the federal government is prepared to do bailouts of private corporations, that municipalities as social corporations need to be number one on that list. So I'm glad to hear that we're working with FCM and keeping that advocacy level up and working collaboratively with the higher levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls? You have to unmute yourself, I think. You're on mute. There we go. You're good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask Mike Zagara first a question. First of all, I want to thank him for being on the helm of this. He is amazing, helping us through all this. But I wanted to ask him, will we have a percentage of a household that will be deferring their property tax? What percentage of them will defer it?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a figure at this point. Our next installment date is April 30th. So I would hope by early May, middle of May, we'll have a better appreciation as to what percentage of property owners, residential and non-residential, may take the opportunity to leverage the waiving of the penalty and interest on that April 30th installment. Based on what's occurring in other jurisdictions, we're seeing some jurisdictions up to 50% of their property taxpayers are deferring their payments. They may be taking advantage of similar programs to that council approved last week for the city of Hamilton. So I mentioned previously our cash flow, we stress test our cash flow. We made some assumptions. What if 50, 60% of property owners have to defer their payments? Can we still pay our bills? Are we still liquid? And we are. So I'm confident we can see ourselves through 2020. The question will be the duration of this crisis going into 2021.
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to see the percentage because that would reflect the hardship that people are experiencing. So I
Yeah.
wanted to get that report once we know.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we are discussing, this is something new for us. We're discussing the need to develop some dashboards, financial dashboards as it relates to our accounts receivables. Are we realizing what we would expect to realize as it relates to payments, not just property taxes, but other payments, fees and charges. So those are still early days for us, but we are having conversations at the staff level to start to develop some of these performance measures in an effort to be able to provide that to council and the public going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Pauls, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Whitehead, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question to Michael, because I was asking for, I heard comment from Nan that
Councilor Ned?
Councilor, sorry,
Yeah.
respectfully, that she's satisfied with the report. And actually, I phoned the city manager this morning and had a conversation about I'll be raising those questions in camera, all the things that are not in the report that provides a fulsome understanding exactly what is happening with our finances and our resources and our liabilities. So that'll come in camera, but I want to make sure that the report we have in front of us today doesn't have the fulsome that I was expecting it to have. So I want to highlight that.
Yep,
but the question I have to Michael,
earlier.
the question I want to make to Michael is, and Sam hit it dead on, my concern, and the one that's going to get hit the hardest and is going to be the slowest to come back in the cases of any restaurants, hospitality industry, or anything to do with the hospitality industry, will be impacted because there's going to be residents to get back into the restaurants and so forth, and there's going to be just the money, the disposable income. And so when we make our budgets, we create our budgets based on what we know we bring in revenue, so that we know what the increase is. Is there an actual chance that based on what transpires in the next several months, that the revenues we collect based on the tax increases we made this year, that the revenues next year could be less?
Mike?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say in terms of risk to municipalities, I would categorize those risks principally around user fees and charges. So property taxes are protected. They're protected by the actual properties. Municipalities are able, if property taxpayers for an extended period of time aren't able to meet their obligations, we're able to put a lien on the property, work with the taxpayers ideally, but if required, we can leverage that asset. I think where municipalities will have a greater risk is with respect to, excuse me, fees and charges, whether it's recreation programs, subject to when those programs will come back on board. With respect to transit, if there continues to be some disruption in the commercial industrial sector that affects labor force and affects users of transit, if school years are deferred in the fall, that might affect transit again. So I would suggest under in that category of fees and charges, that may represent a greater risk to municipalities going into 2021.
So where I was going is businesses pay higher taxes. If you got a number of businesses boarding up because they didn't have the equity or the cash flow, or they might have been sort of on that line and this was the final nail, and you don't know how many businesses were existing in that context, but all of a sudden they're not paying their taxes because they went bankrupt. They closed their business, shuttered. Is there a chance that there could be a significant, not significant, but certainly an impactful amount of money that is gone as a result of actual businesses that can't keep going?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say if this had occurred 3 years ago, I would say yes. But what's changed over the last number of years is provincial legislation that was available to municipalities, and most municipalities, including the province, took the opportunity to eliminate the commercial vacancy tax rebate. Previously, if properties were vacant for a period of time, they were eligible for a vacancy. The provincial government saw that as an impediment to, as an incentive, impeding in facilities being occupied and creating economic opportunity. And so I would say we're in a better position today than 3 years ago.
Thank you.
Great.
Councillor Whitehead.
And my last comment, question to Michael, based on comments that be made. The federal program, does it discriminate against, or is it only for the private sector, or the actual program impacts all employees, and whether you're public sector or private sector, in regards to supplementing their incomes and helping bridge the gap?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and this may HR Laura may have better information than I. I think the one program, the CERB program, Canada Emergency Response Benefit, is available to some public sector employees. There's some criteria thresholds surrounding eligibility, and HR may have some additional information, but I believe that is one program that is available to.
So I looked in the program, it's $5,000. So the reality is that my point is that the programs that are being provided to help employees across this great country of ours and our city isn't discriminating against any employee that's impacted that meets the same thresholds, right? It doesn't say if you're getting paid by the taxpayer or you're on the public dole that you can't tap into these programs. There's nothing in any of the legislation or any of the programs that are being created that would suggest that public sector employees are not going to be eligible.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there are some programs that are available only for for-profit and not-for-profit sector. I believe the 75% income protection is only available for profit and not for profit. I mentioned previously boards and agencies. That's one of the questions we have as it relates to boards and agencies, whether they are eligible to leverage that program.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I feel the need to respond just generally of some of the things I've been hearing. I'd like to echo the themes and principles that were enunciated earlier by Councillor Marula. There is an overwhelming amount of research out there, economic research, that shows that the push to austerity has been discredited. And in fact, I think the municipality has to get ready in terms of capital ready projects. And the public sector in particular has a responsibility, because our economy is a consumption-based economy, to lead. There's a story out this morning in the Toronto Star which makes that very point, that in fact services account for 71% of GDP and 79% of the jobs in Canada. And in fact, there is a gender component to this, because many of those service-based businesses are female-led. So these are the very businesses, small and medium, that need our help, that need that money being circulated in the economy. So while we can look at capital projects, I think we also need to use this opportunity to re-examine what this pandemic is showing us in terms of what is valuable and needed in our city, and what, if investments were made, actually costs could be avoided, such as quality housing for people who don't have any. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to Councillor Collins. Now, I'm assuming, Councillor Collins, your motion is going to be an add-on to the recommendations that are here? Councillor?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead. Put your added motion.
It's that staff be directed to develop a list of capital projects that may be delayed to offset the anticipated negative budget variance for 2020.
Okay, so that'd be item C on this list of recommendations then?
That's correct.
Okay. A seconder for that?
I believe it was Councillor
Ferguson. That's right, I recall. All right, any comments or questions on it? So this is an add-on. So this is an amendment to the original recommendation. So do you want to, anyone want to comment on it? Show of hands. I see Councillor Marula. Councillor Whitehead. Okay, Councillor Marula, go ahead.
And I'm glad that we're emphasizing that in the event of, so it's more of an insurance than a plan, because again, I want to emphasize this. And let's face it, Trudeau and Ford are doing an incredible job. I commend them. They're surpassing my expectations of what they've done to date, and I anticipate that they will be there for us. So I don't want to give any signal that we somehow are going to figure this thing out on our own. We're not. And the more I look at this, the more I realize these numbers, and I'm sure he's being conservative in the way he's approaching his language, but clearly we're in depression numbers. We're not in recession numbers. So we need to keep in mind that this has to be, the solution can only come from the federal and provincial government. It cannot come from the municipal tax base. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So those two items A and B are still very much at the forefront of this recommendation. Councillor Clark.
So my understanding is this is just a report back. We're not making any decisions at this particular point in time in terms of capital projects, which I'm fine with. But I want to stress, I'm a little bit resident to be paring back on capital projects unless they're quite literally capital projects that we simply cannot proceed with because we're not allowed to proceed with. And then we would want a report in terms of what the contractual obligations are, because I'm looking at a number of projects that are sitting there waiting to proceed right now, and we don't know what's exactly going to happen. Secondly, I'm aware that the Bank of Canada has now indicated that this is going to be the worst downturn on record, which I think goes to Councillor Marula's point. This is going to be significant, and at least my understanding of all of the past recessions, the way out of them was capital builds. So we want to make sure that whatever we do and whatever the report says, that it has a very quick exit ramp to get the capital projects up and running again.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers. I see no major opposition to getting a report. And so that's the motion that's on the floor right now. Sorry. Councillor Jackson. Go
Thanks, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to chime in and concur with Councillor Clark. I hope staff, with the report being brought back, which I'm in favor of, I hope they're not going to be providing a ranking of what now they recommend as to what can be delayed, what doesn't need to go forward, whatever, that they're just bringing back a report of capital projects that are in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is there. So I will call the vote on the motion. All in favor or opposed? On the amendment, yes. On the amendment only at this point. For a report. Oh, yeah. Do my dance here. It should pop up in a second. Challenge getting that up. Okay, very good. Yes or no and submit. Councillors Pearson and Johnson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't get
Yep.
the vote coming up, but I'm in support.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Johnson, all in? All good? Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. On the main recommendation, and as put forward, A, B, and now C, a motion moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by, somebody pipe up. Councillor Pauls, okay, thank you. Any comments on it? Hopefully not. I think we've had a good debate on that one. I'll call on the vote. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. Right.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I am in favor, Mr. Mayor. My vote thing didn't come up again.
Okay, so thumbs up for you. Thank you. Are you still in eScribe, by the way? Is that still on the meeting schedule for you, Councillor Pearson?
Yes, I'm still
Yep.
on eScribe, Mr. Mayor.
That's weird.
When we go in camera, I'll go back out and reprogram.
Right. Okay. No problem. Okay, that's carried as well. Thank you. So we previously I read out into camera. Don't think there's a need to read it all out again. So I'll take that motion now, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Clark. And then we'll go to the vote on that. All in favor? Or opposed? Thumbs up for Councillor Pearson, I'm sure.
I'm in favor, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, and that's carried. So we will go into camera. So you have numbers. I would say it'll probably take us 10 minutes or so to get set up. So let's say 15 minutes from now sharp that we're all dialed in for the in-camera session. Everyone can do bio break or whatever you need to do, and then we'll get the in-camera session sorted out. Thank you very much, and we'll now log out of Zoom. whatever else comes to mind. There's a what? A cat? Where?
I was just saying that Jason can fill dead air very easily.
Oh.
Oh, he's a radio guy. That's what radio guys do.
You should get your guitar out, Terry.
Yeah.
You're the minstrel. Sing us a tune.
Rocky Mountain High.
Isn't the filibuster the original dead air filler?
Ah.
Patton Oswalt did a filibuster to kill time on Parks and Recreation a few years ago. It was 8 minutes on Star Wars. It was amazing. It was really funny.
Again, for those folks that, not that it matters, but, and I will give you, some staff will give me the go ahead when we're ready to go, right? When did we start our time countdown? We can start now? Brilliant. Okay, we have, we're now back in open session. So members of council, thank you. And Hamilton Transportation Task Force update is before you. The motion on the report is to receive. Do I have I had a mover and a seconder, Councillor Clark and Councillor Partridge, to receive the report as I recall it. And any comments and questions, and then to a motion. All good? Okay. All in favor to receive the task force update from the city manager? Yes. We're voting. I'm tracking 5 people here. I'm not sure how this is working out, but it's okay. I'm getting lots of messages. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. I just want to test it because everything went dead.
I hear you.
Okay, good.
Did you vote?
There's something can unmute me. No, I didn't come up on my screen, so I'm supporting it.
It's not coming up on my screen either, Mr. Mayor. Councillor
Or
Pearson.
mine. Yeah, not mine either. So I'm supportive.
Okay. Supportive for Partridge.
Supportive for Pearson.
Seconder, supportive Pearson, and not supportive Councillor Whitehead.
Well, you know what? I know what happened. I didn't have the agenda up. You have to engage the agenda again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got your votes, so I think we're good. If you can work on it in the meantime, that'll be fine.
It's done. It's fixed.
Thank you. Councillor Collins? Not there? Okay. Did leave, yes, right. Okay, bear with. Somebody's microphone up there is live, not sure whose. And the tally on that vote is 13-1, thank you, and two abstaining, not present. And the next item on the agenda is the human financial consideration arising from COVID-19. A motion to approve the direction of staff in the report. The original recommendation came from Paul's, and remind me of the seconder, Councillor Pearson, I think.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just go right to the vote on this. We've had debate. It's an in-camera item in any event. So we'll turn to the vote.
I'm supportive.
Hello.
Thank you.
I'm supportive, Mr. Mayor. It's not coming up again for vote.
Okay, Pearson, Partridge, supportive. Councillor Whitehead?
I'm supportive, but I'm not supportive of the task force thing. So I don't know if I missed that or something
No,
happened.
you didn't miss that. We recorded you as opposed.
Okay, good.
Did you get this vote coming up?
Yeah, I'm supporting it.
Did you vote on it?
No, the vote didn't come up in time, right?
So you're supporting
item
5.2. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, there?
I support it.
Thank you. Anyone else that didn't get to vote? Okay, we're good. Thank you. That's carried as well. And committee of the whole consent items. Council rule is not there, so someone will have to give me a motion to move into committee of the whole. Let me ask Councillor Pearson to do that.
We haven't done 5.3.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, are we dealing with 5.3?
Okay, yes, we should be dealing with 5.3.
Thank you, and I'll move it.
Thank you.
No.
No.
No, sorry.
Hi, it's part of 6-4, so we deal with it
Okay.
then.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll
It's not,
move
it's
that
not,
we, okay.
not on my roadmap here. Look, bear with me here. So
Yep.
we're going to go into committee of the whole, and that was moved by Pearson and Clark. Any opposition? If not, we'll go to a vote to move into committee of the whole. And again, for those that are not getting the vote on screen, just give us your yay or nay. Councillor Pearson, you're okay? Councillor Whitehead, you can vote on screen?
I can't vote on screen.
No? Supportive?
So,
Move into committee of
yes.
the whole. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Oh,
Want to make sure we record it properly?
there's my vote. There you go.
Okay.
Councillor Partridge and Councillor Whitehead, how would you like to vote?
I voted on this. I voted on the screen. Didn't you get it?
Did you?
I'm
Okay.
supportive.
We'll see.
I'm support too, but I did vote
Okay.
on the screen.
Councillor Ferguson, how would you like to vote?
I'm supportive.
Thank you. Right. At the moment. Yep. Okay. Councillor Collins is back. So on the committee of the whole, then this one's carried. We have consent items. 6.1A, annual report on building permit fees. A mover and a seconder on that, please. Collins and Farr, thank you. What's your questions? Yes, Councillor Ferguson?
This thing is bouncing all over the place on me. Just
Does
give
it?
me a minute.
Okay.
So my question was related to the microfishing with the $4 million at the bottom of the report on dealing with the amount of the reserve. $4.1 million has been allocated for the digital microfish records. It says it's a multi-year program. When did this start and when will it finish? And has this 4.1 million, I assume it's funded out of the unallocated reserve balance for building. Am I
Okay.
correct in that?
Okay. Jason Thorne?
Yes, through the chair. So I can get back to the council with the exact dates. It was before council for approval. It was about 1.5 years ago. And yes, it is a multi-year project. And yes, the funding source is entirely funded from the building reserve.
And when will that be finished, Jason?
Through the chair, I apologize. I'll have to check in with staff and get you a date on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on 6.1A? Hearing not, thank you. A mover and second was had. Vote going to it now. All those in favor or opposed, and submit. Thank you. Councillor Partridge in favor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I also
Thank
have a
you.
question on 6.4C when we get to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Also
Councillor
in favor.
Nan
Councillor
in
Nan, how would you like to
favor?
vote? In favor?
In favor.
Okay, anyone else missing? Got it all? Thank you. Okay, I'm assuming that went through. Yes, okay. Public hearings, item 6.2, written delegation from Mr. Croach, I believe it was. Any comments or questions? If not, a motion to receive. Moved by Whitehead, seconded by
I'll move it.
Pauls.
Second. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? What's it doing? Okay, bear with us, folks. Okay, here we go. We shall get through this. I'm advised that the next time we do this, it's all going to be on one platform, and that'll be WebEx. So no backing and forth, in camera and out of camera will be done through similar platform. Councillor Partridge is in favor. Please indicate. Thumbs up. All in? Okay, thank you. Discussion item 6.4A, demolition permit on Rymel Road. So did you have a question on 6.4A, Councillor Partridge?
6.4C, please, sir.
C, sorry, okay. On 6.4A, demolition permits for 393 Rymel Road West. Any comments or questions on it? No indicators, okay. Motion to approve, moved by Ferguson, seconded by Whitehead, moved by Whitehead, seconded by Danko. All in favor?
Carried.
Thank you on that. That was Councillor Partridge.
Vote.
Coming up. Here we go. Councillor Vanderbeek. You voted, yeah. Councillor Murrell is not there. We're all in. Thank you. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. And on item 6.4B, Hamilton Wentworth School Board property at 185 Park Street North. Any comments or questions on it? If not, I'll take a motion to approve. Moved by Farr, seconded by Whitehead. All in favor? Sorry. Farr, did you want to speak?
I did ask.
Okay,
I hit the request button. Sorry if it didn't
no
show.
problem. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just I want to move it, happily move it. I don't think any of my colleagues are up for a purchase of a small portion of Catholic School Board property at this time. Certainly, I'm very appreciative of a block and a half away. We've got over $10 million worth of work continuing on a remediation, over 4 million in remediation, park redevelopment. We're getting the streets done all around Central Park, all of that born many years ago. Unplanned for through Public Works and ultimately approved over the course of many decisions by my colleagues. So it's a small D zoned parcel, currently with 3 or 4 cars parking on it for far too long, that ultimately as a corner lot at I think it's 0.05 acres, is zoned for a single family or a semi-detached home, which I think would be much more fitting for the beautiful central neighborhood. So I'll move that. I do not have a seconder, and I thank Real Estate Division for
Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead volunteered a seconder on that one. And speaking to this, Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'm fine, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Misfired on that one. Okay. All in favor then to the vote?
Yes. Councillor Partridge, yes.
Yes, thank you.
You're not gonna, Andrea, you're not going to get any votes.
Councillor Ferguson, an affirmative for you? Thumbs up? Okay. All in? Thank you. And that's carried as well. And we go to item 60. Councillor Partridge, you had a question on it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a quick question on this. This is to do with the Aggregate Resources Act, the provincial legislation. And as everyone knows, we certainly have a lot of quarries up in Flamborough area. And in fact, in Carlisle, we challenged St. Mary's proposed quarry and we won. That was the community. My question with regards to the staff report, and I do agree with the staff report, and I want to thank Joanne Hickey-Evans and her team for all the work that they did on this. But my question is that previously the provincial government had blocked municipalities from doing vertical zoning. And vertical zoning is, I mean, effectively the province removed municipalities' ability to control whether pits and quarries could go below the water table without getting new municipal zoning approval. After that, they promised to have a more robust hydrogeological application process. And so far, I'm not sure if we've actually seen that. So my question is through you to staff, please. With the removal of that vertical zoning from the municipality, have we seen a more robust hydrological application? And if not, I just think staff should be supportive of that.
Okay, Jason?
Yeah, so through the chair, so the council is correct, not with respect to zoning, but we have made a comment on page 6 of 8 related to the site plan requirements
Right.
that do seek to address some of those concerns around, particularly one of the concerns of the source water group in Public Works was around cumulative impacts of going below the water table.
Yes.
So we've asked as one of the comments on the regulation that be explicitly provided for within the site plan process.
I really appreciate that, because certainly that was one of the, the arguments that the community used and our environmental lawyer used was around the proposal and the damages from going below the water table. So that's my question. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jason.
Great, thank you. Councillor
And
Clark?
I'd like to move it if I can, please.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a moment. Councillor
Yep.
Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is on page 2 of 8, item number 3. It requires the aggregate operators to make the annual compliance readily available by posting it on the Ministry of Natural Resources or the aggregate operator's website. I'm going to suggest an amendment instead of the or, that it be an and. Going to the government websites are not always easy to find things for local communities, whereas I know the aggregate operator in my ward, they have a website. It's easy to put it right on that website, so it would be a requirement that they put it on the M&R site as well as their own operator site. If I could get a seconder for that, or if it could be just a friendly amendment, I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine we can just make the adjustment. Jason, do you have any difficulty with that?
Through the chair, no, not at all.
Okay, so let's just do it as a matter of course. I don't think it requires a motion, but
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. That's it. The rest of it was an excellent report. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
brilliant. Thank you. Any other comments? Not moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson, you okay with this one? Still there? Thumbs up?
I
Thank
thought
you.
he had a conflict on this, Mr. Mayor.
I
yeah.
clicked abstain.
Okay. Yep. Okay, and that came up. Yep. Thank you. Okay, that's approved as well. Thank you. Item 6.4D is the More Homes, More Choice Act, proposed regulation, comment, submission, Community Benefits Authority under the Planning Act, the Development Charges Act, and the Building Code Act. Any comments or questions on it? No? Okay, then we'll go to a vote to approve, to receive, right? What? Sorry? Councillor Nan. Sorry, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if staff could do a quick overview for the sake of the public, given that this is related to community benefits authorities and the comments that the municipality is providing to the province.
Thank you. Jason Thorne, I think, would be the right person. Jason? Bill 108.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, this one is a finance report.
Oh, my apologies. Mike?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just start, and I'm going to invite Lindsay, one of the authors, who's much more familiar with the details of the proposed regulation, to take you through the highlights of the report. But just as a reminder, this is something that we have been tracking since, I believe, May of last year, as the province looked at the affordability of housing and reviewing the development charge regime. They have proposed some amendments to the development charge regime and bringing in a new regime in parts, the community benefit charge regime. Happy to state that the province was listening to some of the stakeholders, including municipalities. They did step back from some of the proposed changes, have made some improvements around some mandatory deductions, and I'm going to invite Lindsay if she can take you through the highlights, as well as some of the comments that staff are recommending council to approve so that we can meet the commenting deadline of April 20th.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Absolutely. Through the chair, as Mike said, there's many positives that the province has brought forward through its most recent regulation proposal related to the development charge and community benefits charge regimes. The most positive impact coming out of this for municipalities is the fact that the province is moving back parks development, recreation, public libraries, long-term care homes, and public health into the Development Charges Act. Previously, those were planned to be moved over to the community benefits regime, which has not been fully defined yet. Having these services moved back into the Development Charges Act is a positive because we're able to use the same methodology that we are accustomed to, and we have a clear linkage to those who will benefit from these services paying for these services. Along with moving them back into the Development Charges Act, what the province has done is they have removed the 10% statutory deduction that a municipality must make for these services. So what that means is that the municipality will now be able to cover a greater share of the cost of growth for those services. And again, those services were parks development, so the play structures, recreation, public libraries, long-term care, and public health. Some of the other information that was presented through the most recent regulation proposal were some of the requirements of a community benefit strategy. For the most part, those requirements are very similar to what is required through a development charge study. So in that respect, we do seem to be well positioned to move forward with that type of strategy. One of the largest concerns that staff have and that other municipalities and organizations have is how they're capping the community benefits charge. What the province has proposed for single-tier municipalities, such as the city of Hamilton, is that we would be capped at 15% of land value. This means that for high density development, we likely would not be able to recover the same amount of cash that we would have under the old regime, which is the parkland dedication regime and the development charge regime. So those are the concerns that we've raised to the province. It's consistent with the comments that we have put back in previous reports, that being that the province considered the density of development and the type of development when establishing this methodology. Some of the other items in the proposal were transition provisions, bylaw notice requirements, minimum interest requirements, and an amendment to the Building Code Act. And staff are supportive of all of those changes. They're consistent with Development Charge Act requirements, and they're also sort of housekeeping to ensure that should we move to a community benefits regime, that the fee is required prior to building permit issuance.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. Councillor Ned? Any additional questions from you? No? Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes,
Oh,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Clark. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So when I'm reading the report, we're responding to a proposal from the province, not the actual regulation. And do we know the timelines as to when they're suggesting the regulation will come forward, and whether or not the province is committed to enable a consultation with municipalities on the fully drafted regulation prior to them executing?
Lindsay?
I don't know if Mike wants to take this question. From what I've heard, we don't have any known timelines. We have requested that the province do provide the full regulation prior to enacting it, because as you've stated, we're only responding to a proposal, not the actual legislation.
Okay.
Clark?
Yeah, no, I'm because I guess my concern, and I think you've captured it, is that the way they've worded the proposal could be 9 ways different than the actual regulation, depending on the legislative language that's in the regulation. And without having that in front of us, it's kind of challenging to provide
a comment on the impacts on the municipality. So we'll just continue pushing away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you. Any other comments? Hearing not. So a motion on 6.4D. A mover and a seconder. Move ahead. Seconded by Councillor Pauls. Thank you. All in favor or opposed? And submit. Councillor Partridge, you're okay? Thank you. Anyone else that didn't capture a vote? I think we're good. Yep, all in. Thank you. That's carried. Going to turn to item 6.4E, which is
I'll
Valley,
move it, Mr. Mayor,
Valley
Councilperson.
Park Community Center. And I did recall Clark had a question that he was going to give us out of camera. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I'm reading this report, and my understanding of the project is already over budget based on the tender. So the tender came in and it was a little over $1 million over budget of what we had expected. And when I'm reading this report, I'm wondering whether or not the value of the architectural services are going to be captured in that tender, or the value of the architectural services are now going to be in excess and over and above that tender.
Yep. Dan, I see you up on the screen. Are you answering this question?
I believe so, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, through you.
Thank you.
So this project has taken a bit of a twisty road to get to where it is now, but as we stand today, it is under budget. There is a capital budget approved in excess of what we need now. The current construction project's about $11 million, and it's fully covered with approved capital funds to date. There was an issue with some work that the library wanted done, and they had to go back to their board, but that's all taken place now. So I guess in a simple sentence, there is approved capital budget to cover the entire cost of the project now.
Councillor Clark.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused, and I guess I'll have to take it offline, because I was told that the tender came in over budget. Then council approved the additional funding, and then this report came forward.
Yeah,
So,
through you, Mr. If I
Go
may,
ahead,
Mr. Mayor. So there was additional. So the scope of work that is before you now in this report originally started with the work that was just initiated by the library. Then through our own processes, we identified some facility maintenance and life cycle renewal costs that would make good sense to bundle with this project, including the parking lot. In addition to that, REC had some work that they asked us to do as well. Through that process, the library identified some additional work that they wanted done. They had to go back to their board to get the additional money. So when you put your arms around all of that, we now have, that was the scope of work that went out for tender, and the budget, the approved budget that is in place now is enough to pay for all of that. There was I believe at the moment that the tender closed, the library portion was short, but they have since gone back to get the approved funding. So everything adds up now, and we should be in good shape. The report that before you now is really, it was an oversight on our part where we neglected to get additional funds for the architecture or the architect's work that had to be done as a result of the additional scope that was put into the project. So that's what that's doing. This is cleaning up the architecture part of it.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Okay. So I guess the challenge in the community, and I'm not looking for any fault from anyone, is that it was announced that the construction was going to begin in November. Then the library board ended up making some changes to the scope, which delayed the beginning of that construction. And so now we have the tender in place, the architecture is in place. Do we have any indication of when construction is going to begin? Because we actually closed the pool back in November, and it could have stayed open had we known about these delays.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So to the question about when are we going to get working, it has been awarded. The contractor has mobilized to basically get set up on site. And then unfortunately, we ended up with the COVID situation. So that's still to be determined when they're going to return to the site and begin the construction. As far as the communication throughout the fall with respect to when the project was going to be actually breaking ground, I understand that there was some confusion around that. I'm not as intimate with it as Rome would be, but I know there was some unfortunate disconnects in the comms there that allowed the library to stay in the place where they were until January. But as far as when we're going to get started, we're kind of in this in-between world now as a result of the coronavirus.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Mayor, I want to take this opportunity to apologize to the residents in Ward 9, the people, patrons who would be using the facility, because there was confusion. There was confusion between two different divisions, and there was a confusion in terms of when the facility was actually supposed to be closed and construction was supposed to start. And as a result, our rec division moved forward with the closure of the pool and the rec center, when in fact they could have stayed open. So as a result of that confusion, I really want to apologize to the patrons for what has transpired there. Hopefully we can get the construction underway and everyone will be pleased with the results. But that miscommunication really did create a challenge in the ward, and I apologize for it. Thank you,
Fair
sir.
enough. Thank you. We had a mover, Councillor Pearson, and a seconder, Councillor Partridge, as I recall it. Questions, Councillor Johnson? Yep. Councillor, I'm sorry, we got Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pearson, and then Councillor Johnson? Okay, Councillor Whitehead.
No, I took myself. I thought I deleted it, the request.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Well, you're deleted now. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Clark's previous comments as well. Hopefully, I do have a library board meeting this evening by teleconference as well, and I can certainly raise the questions and request that Paul Tackler get in touch with Councillor Clark, and he can elaborate on his concerns. But I absolutely agree, it is an unfortunate situation, and nobody expected to get caught in COVID now as well, with the delays and the facility being closed down earlier than should have happened. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Did I see any further speakers on this then? Councillor Johnson. Yes, I see you waving. Councillor, go ahead.
Yep, thank you very much. And I also want to reiterate what Councillor Clark has said, because a lot of those residents who use the pool and use the gym and the hockey arena were from Glanbrook as well. So thank you for your apology, Councillor Clark, although it's not for you to apologize. But on that vein, I also wanted to express on behalf of the Glanbrook residents just how frustrating it was for them to drive by their favorite place to go to and nothing was happening. Lots of fencing was up, but no cars or no trucks, no activity. And this went on for quite some time. So I agree with what Councillor Clark said. We've lost a lot of pool time, a lot of instructional time. And quite frankly, it's the closest rec center that Glanbrook folks have. And when you closed it completely off, it just left everybody out on an island. So thanks for your apology, Councillor Clark, but I don't believe it's in your place to do so. I believe that it's just been one big frustration file from day one. So those were my comments. I just wanted to put that on the record on behalf of my residents.
Okay, thank you. So I had a mover and a seconder, Councillor Pearson and Councillor Partridge. Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll go to a vote. So we're going to a vote. Anyone that can't vote on the screen, please give us your yay or nay verbally.
Supportive.
Thank you. All right, that's carried. Thank you. And we're going to 6.4F, the financial implications of COVID-19 response. Sorry, we already did that. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Farr, can you do you have a motion to rise and report? I believe that you do. Seconded by Councillor Clark. And we have your motion. So a motion to rise and report. We vote on that now.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Thanks. Holy cow, what happened? Huh? I haven't touched anything. I might, oh, you know what? I might have. Okay, not to worry. How do I get that back, actually? Where? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's my mistake. Thank you. Oh, you want my visual for sure. Okay, so we're at, no notice of motion. So statements of members and, you haven't finished the vote? Oh. Oh, Councillor Collins, you jumped in at the last minute. Just
Okay.
Councillor Vanderbeek, just give us a thumbs up. You're approving. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think we got everybody. Yes. Okay, unanimous again. So we are at. Tell me we're at statement of members. We are. And I'm going to go to wherever that list is. Councillor Wilson, any statements of members? I'll go around the horseshoe in the same way. Councillor Wilson?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Farr?
I just want to quickly thank Mr. Mayor and appreciate the opportunity to do it because it's timely. I haven't been by the site yet, but since November, our friends at the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board have been dealing with a growing issue as it relates to, I'd say illegal dumping, but definitely a garbage issue at the southeast corner of their football field, McDonald High, which also happens to be the gateway to our downtown and pretty much kitty corner to First Ontario Center. They've cleaned that up today and they've advised that they're going to keep on that. It is associated with the prevailing issue that's been, I'd say, growing, not at a rapid pace of late as it relates to encampments or living rough. Certainly there is some advantages with getting out of the elements while still being in the elements with the architecture there at McDonald. And with that, I thank the board as well as our police services, our emergency services, all the many staff that work in a coordinated effort on a daily basis to go and speak to the folks who have chosen to, for various reasons, live rough on the McDonald School property. To that end, I'm hopeful that in the coming days, more of them, as our most vulnerable citizens, but as important as any other citizen, take advantage of the fact that we've opened up First Ontario Center, kitty corner to where they're preferring to live, some of them right now outdoors. It is a 24/7 shelter, everything available to our men in our community who wish to get indoors, particularly on the cold nights we've been having of late. But there is an encampment task force that council endorsed through emergency community services and ultimately Mr. Mayor, as you know, and advocated for along with Councillor Collins and many others. That was formalized by council and that has been on a daily basis for the residents who continue to call with their genuine concerns for the well-being of these folks and share with me that they're not seeing any decline of this encampment. They are being approached daily by that council endorsed task force and for various reasons, and everyone seems to have their own reasons. They choose to stay outdoors and it's a considerable effort, particularly in a pandemic, to address these issues. I know they're not exclusive to McDonald High, but certainly we're doing our very best. And in fact, as you know, Mr. Mayor, being very closely every day working with the EOC, we've invested over $2 million on our issues, our social issues, than we normally would on a monthly basis in March. Obviously, with great help from our partners, governing bodies above the municipalities. So it's not being ignored, certainly, this and other aspects of folks who are most vulnerable in our community. And it certainly isn't gone unnoticed. And I do appreciate the engagement from residents of all stripes over the course of the last few weeks. And to go full circle, once again, thanks to Manny, the director at the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, and the staff who also have been very aware of the mess particularly that's been involved, and the fact that they found through this absolute 180 in the way they deliver their curriculum, some staff and some time to address that mess today and ongoing. And that's all I have. And be safe, everybody, please.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Nat?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Just one community update, which is we will be hosting our community pod mapping virtual meeting this Thursday, tomorrow at 7 p.m. The registration is required in order to ensure that everybody gets adequate access to the online platform that we'll be using. So you can access that online either through my Instagram page or Facebook or Twitter accounts. And so what this opportunity is for Ward 3 residents specifically, but we will not turn away anybody in the city of Hamilton to participate in a session to learn about how to care for your neighbors during COVID-19. So we've seen many different models emerge here in Hamilton, as well as regionally, to encourage residents to get to know who their neighbors are, most importantly, to be able to express what their needs are and connect to folks who can provide support at times of need. So again, it's available for everybody at 7 p.m. tomorrow, April 16th, and the registration link is found on my social media. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Moreau is not with us. Councillor Collins. Any comments? Nope. Thank you. Councillor Jackson? Tom? Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, 3 or 4 quick announcements. I'm going to do this weekly as long as we have our weekly council meetings. I'm going to say 2 huge thank yous. I want to salute continuously the frontline workers that are doing an incredible job in our city. And that includes those that are working in our supermarkets and our pharmacies, along with public works staff, and above all, the medical staff that are doing incredible work through this COVID-19. And I secondly want to thank the overwhelming majority of my constituents of the East Mound who are abiding and adhering to the provincial and municipal regulations during this time. 2 sad announcements, Mr. Mayor. You will remember this, and possibly Councillor Collins as well. I was shocked and surprised to learn of the mysterious passing of former Alderman Bill McCulloch, who served Ward 2 when back then before amalgamation. For those who may have not been aware, the former wards of Hamilton had 2 aldermen, as they were called then, councillors, that the top 2 vote getters in each ward that represented the ward. And Bill represented Ward 2 along with former Alderman Vince Agro from 62 to 64, and then from 1968 to 1997, a total of about 31 years as a great representative in Ward 2. And as everybody knows, his legacy, his specialty, if you will, was with heritage and historical matters in the city of Hamilton, and fought and advocated for the preservation of so much of the history of our city to ensure that future generations would be aware of it. So to the entire McCulloch family and the lovely wife, Ina, I just want to say God rest his soul. And I'm going to be saddened and will miss him in terms of as a person and staying in touch with him, and enjoyed working with him. And secondly, recently, Dr. Angelo Zizzo, a constituent of mine, lived on Elmhurst Drive. His wife, Judith, sadly passed away way too young, about 3 years ago, and now he's reunited with her. And Angelo was, Mr. Mayor, you may recall this, he was a regular feature on CHML radio during the 90s, the Dr. Angelo Zizzo time, where he just gave free consultation and advice to residents, to those who were patients, and others across our city in terms of medical advice, when to go to your doctor, how to possibly proceed with whatever measures or care or pharmaceutical prescriptions that might have been necessary. He was the go-to doctor in our community. Very proud of the fact, a longtime East Mountain resident, and he leaves behind 3 sons who all happen to follow in Daddy's footsteps, and are medical doctors as well. So my sympathy and prayers to the Zizzo family. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reassure my residents in Ward 7 that I'm available all day long. I have my emails always, it's esther.pauls@hamilton.ca. I have a phone that I carry it with me. So if you have any questions, you want information, also you could go on my website. It's Esther Pauls, Ward 7. So I'm available. Please email me if you have any ideas what we should be doing. I would love to get some ideas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dako.
Thank you. I could have done this earlier, but I just want to take a brief moment to thank the Hamilton Transportation Task Force for all the work that they've done through our city manager, Jeanette Smith. You know, I've been fairly critical of Premier Doug Ford and also Minister Mulrooney and the task force as they've gone through. And to be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect, but having read through the full report, which is now released publicly, I found it to be very well done. You can tell they have a genuine academic researcher on the task force because it was fully researched and referenced, very well written with a clear assessment framework. And I think what are crystal clear, very strategic recommendations. So, you know, I'm still concerned about the lost time, but I see this as a really positive step forward for our city. And I think whether residents are pro LRT or anti LRT or somewhere in the middle, hopefully we can all agree that that the top transportation priority for federal or provincial funding for Hamilton is intercity high order transit, which was the top recommendation of the task force. And I think I'm looking forward to that going to Metrolinx for further study. And I think this is something that you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, in your comments, but that as we start to look ahead to what the world is going to look like after coronavirus and after COVID-19, we're going to be looking for some sort of stimulus package. And I couldn't see a better tailor-made project for Hamilton than an investment in transportation infrastructure and economic development for the city. So I really want to thank the Premier and Minister Mulrooney for giving us the opportunity to give this further study, and I think all the residents of Hamilton appreciate it as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would suggest that, you know, this meeting is certainly not about the LRT. And right now, quite frankly, we have many, many, many other important issues to deal with. And LRT isn't even on our plates right now. It's with the province. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because I just think it's irresponsible for us to even start putting it onto our agenda of things to deal with. Anyway, I just want to let my residents know that tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Sean Cowan, a Waterdown resident, will be interviewing me on Zoom, and it will be broadcast onto Facebook. We've already had a number of wonderful questions that have been posted on Facebook for me to answer, and I very much look forward to it. We'll be talking about the bypass. We'll be talking about COVID-19. We'll be talking about a lot of concerns that the residents have. Of course, they're under extreme stress, and as are all residents across the city. And my heart goes out to all of them. But I encourage everyone to tune into that, and I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If people would notice, or the media notice, I didn't support or I didn't receive the in-camera report on the task force. And in principle, the issue for me is that it wasn't independent in the context of the information they made judgment on. So when I went through the report and looked at the reference material, it was all the same material. There was nothing, no change. And there's so many other studies that should have been considered so they could have a balanced view. And that didn't come out. But what I am happy about, and I think one of the previous councillors spoke to it, it is something that even the Auditor General, so when we talk about a business plan, the Auditor General said the Metrolinx business plan is flawed. And yet the task force used the Metrolinx business plan. So I'm concerned about the process, and that's why I wouldn't support the task force receiving. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the Metrolinx was a benefits case analysis, not a business plan. Just we've had this conversation multiple times. I'm tired of it, but in any event, we shall carry on. Councillor Vanderbeek.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to let this go by without expressing our appreciation to the Emergency Operations Center. They got an impossible task in front of them right now, and I want to support them as much as I possibly can, and our health department. They're sure showing their worth right now, and it's interesting to see the stats that our curve has flattened. I saw the stats this morning where we've had very few new ones. It appears that the forest fire out there now is the nursing homes and the retirement residences where people are congregated. I'd be lying if I didn't say I was deeply concerned about my brother who's in a nursing home right now and severely disabled. And but I think we have reason for optimism, and Hamilton has done a pretty good job. It's interesting, our hospitals are not being overloaded yet. We seem to be peaking with the curve. If you look at the numbers, very few new cases. And if you discount the nursing homes, you can see that, they're numbers I'm proud of. See, Halton is far worse than us now, and even I think Niagara was worse than us also. So I just want to congratulate the EOC and our health department because we got the message. I don't see people congregating anymore. And I go to Fortino's, people are staying there 6 feet apart because we're only letting a few people in at a time. And hopefully we can get through this thing quicker than we anticipated. And my heart goes out though to all these people in these nursing homes because they're sitting in a very difficult situation right now. Their families can't visit them. No, I haven't been in to see a Marine in a long time because we're all shut out as we should be. But they're in there alone watching all this happen around them, particularly the ones where there has been contamination. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to recognize the EOC and our health department because Hamilton, I think globally, if you look to comparative municipalities, we're in pretty good shape. Thank you.
Thank you. We hope that holds for sure. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want everybody to know that look out for my weekly e-blasts and my website, brendajohnson.ca, for any Ward 11 or citywide updates. Speaking of frontline workers, my father is also in a nursing home and they have a confirmed case and it's a staff member. And so far, everyone has tested negative. But I think it really shouts out to the frontline workers. And I really want to put my heart and soul into thanking them for every day for putting their lives at risk. So, and speaking of that, the Pembroke Post Office is now open because they had a confirmed case there of an employee, and they're asking for everyone's patience, please, to wait because they have a lot to catch up on all the mail and all the parcels that have been piling up. And I'm happy to say that particular case has been is slowly getting resolved. So, and just a reminder for everyone that the conservation area, especially Pembroke and all the others, are closed, and so is the rail trail. Our parks are open for walking and jogging and rollerblading, but all the amenities like the playground equipment and skateboard park, that's off limits. ATVs have become an issue again. I guess people have lots of time on their hands, so they got these big machines in their garages, or they go out and buy one so they can keep the kids occupied. And what they're doing is they're destroying and causing thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage on the farmers' fields. So I'd like to bring forward again that if you don't have written permission from that property owner, you are in fact trespassing. And that includes the rail trails and that includes the hydro corridors too, folks. Those are all privately owned, and it does become an insurance issue for a lot of these property owners, and they are very, very nervous, besides the fact that you are destroying a lot of the farmers' fields. Tomorrow, the NPCA is going to have their very first virtual meeting. So wish us all luck. And Councillor Clark's going to be right there beside me, waving, I'm sure. And on another note, Councillor Nan, please don't apologize for your little one. It just reminds us that there's a rosy future for all of us in these bleakest days. Take care, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly a few comments that I wrote down as we went through the meeting today. So thank you again to everybody and to staff for setting this meeting up. A couple things, and then Councillor Johnson touched on them, but I'm getting a number of complaints with regards to people using our parks, and you can use the parks as was stated, just not the amenities. I've had complaints of caution tape being removed. Please, please do not do that. there's a reason that we do not want people using this equipment, and I can't imagine parents putting their children in jeopardy. So please don't do this. It's an enormous amount of work to have our staff to continue to go around and replace caution tapes and mark offs and signs, etc. The other issue is dogs off leash. Our leash-free dog parks are all closed. So I'm getting a lot of complaints of residents walking their dogs off leash in our municipal neighborhood parks. Again, please do not do this. This is not appropriate. There are regulations that still have to be followed. So I just want to put those out there. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for also working with Electra on having them move forward with the 60-day waiver on the late payment charges for hydro. Because when I was conveying the information from our last meeting with regards to taxes and water, I said that wasn't at this time on the hydro portion. So I'm pleased to see this has come through, and I recognize that it's on residential and small commercial customers only that I read in the report. Again, Mr. Mayor, thank you to you for your virtual town hall meetings. Appreciate watching them as they come forward. And most importantly, the movement forward that you have put in place of the Wednesday and Sunday at 6 p.m. with the church bells ringing throughout our community to support the frontline workers. I've had residents asking, what are we doing? And I really appreciate that, this is an issue that you've taken, and it's a great way to put a symbol out there that we are all here and our hearts are all in it. So thank you for that. Lastly, I just want to say, I want to thank everybody, especially the residents in Ward 10, for being patient and for doing their part. Not only patience when they go into the stores, which I very rarely do, but when I do, everybody's respecting the social distancing, and that should be, and I appreciate that. It's ironic. I can give you a little story of going into one of our more famous Italian stores just before Easter, and there was a resident who bumped into a resident she hadn't seen in many years. And all of a sudden, well, of course, Italian descent, it's like, okay, you got to hug and kiss. And you can't believe the whole store almost went, no, you can't do that. So it's rather interesting. People are being very, very cautious, and it's wonderful to see. And I thank residents also for their patience with the service providers at the counters in the stores. So again, thank you to everyone. Stay safe and please respect social distancing.
Great, thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to thank our bylaw enforcement, the Conservation Authority, and the Police Department. We had a number of issues with the Devil's Punch Bowl. As we know, the Conservation Authority areas are all closed. They were closed after a lot of due consideration by the board, and the challenge was trying to keep the physical distancing in place. And yet we still had people congregating on observation platforms along fence lines, in parking lots and entrances to trails, and even along the trails. And so the HCA board, I'm a member of it, we made the decision, and it was the right decision. Chair Ferguson publicized it to close the CAs. For some reason, the Devil's Punch Bowl was still this big draw. And we had some real craziness the weekend before last. So I reached out to bylaw enforcement, to the HCA, to the police, and with all of their assistance, they've done a remarkable job. People are staying away, and they're following the rules. And so I sincerely want to thank them for that. And as I say, the challenges with the trails, they're so narrow in some spots, you just can't keep that physical distance. So it was interesting, Chair Ferguson, that shortly after we made the decision, the province made the decision to close all of the conservation areas. So I think we made the prudent decision there. So thank you for that. For my residents, with regards to the Heritage Green leash-free dog park, it is closed, as Councillor Pearson has indicated. The fear that I have right now is that I'm seeing, and I've had reports of residents letting their dogs run free in the Heritage Green Passive Park, which is very close to Felker's Conservation Area and the Niagara Escarpment. In that area, we have a lot, and I sincerely mean a lot, of coyotes. And so letting your run dog free is not the best thing to do in that area. So please be very careful if you're in that area. We hear the coyotes going out every night and then coming back early in the morning. And I'm getting reports from residents along Echo Valley that they see them in the late afternoon just before dusk also. So if you're doing that, please be very careful. I want to do as Councillor Jackson has done, thank the thousands of healthcare workers in Hamilton, the hospitals, the first responders, all of those people who routinely, Mr. Mayor, go out and keep us safe and are routinely saving lives in the hospitals. And so I really thank them for that. The work in the long-term care facilities, it's just amazing what they're doing in our community. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank publicly our staff, both the essential, the critical, and the non-essential staff who are going out of their way to keep the city functioning, keep the city moving, supporting the EOC, supporting the council. We're all in this together to keep Hamilton moving forward during this crisis. And so I want to thank them for that too. Finally, I just want to say to the residents, I have a lot of updates on my website, bradclarkreport.com. I try to keep it updated as much as possible. Please stay home, please stay safe, and keep your distance. Thank you. God bless.
Great, thank you very much. I have plenty of opportunity to make comments, so I'll just pass for today. I think we've had a good long meeting. Thank you for your patience. It's not the most ideal way, but it seems to be working. And to get a reminder, next time we'll be on one platform, and both in camera and out of camera, and it should be relatively easy for us to adjust into that new WebEx system, which I think is pretty much like Zoom, so it should be good. I'll take a motion on the bills. I think Councillor Farr kind of replaced Councillor Marula, so Councillor Farr, and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Any comments or questions on the bills? If not, a motion to approve would be appropriate. Any comments? None? Okay. We need a physical vote. Councillor Partridge will take your verbal one or your thumbs up. And the rest of you, please give us your yay or nay. I'm going to make the brilliant assumption that that's going to be approved. Councillor Jackson?
Yes,
Vote?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I had signed off. Carried, I approve.
E-scribe. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Pauls?
Yes.
Approved. Ed? Councillor Whitehead, still there?
Yep.
You're approving? Okay. That's everybody. Thank you all very much. And a motion to adjourn moved by Councillor Pauls, the one I see on the screen right now, and everybody else. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful
everybody.
rest of the day. Thank you. Well done. Oh, we still have to vote. Sorry.
Oh.
My apologies. Hang in there. And
What are we voting on, Mr. Mayor? To adjourn?
To adjourn, yes.
To get out?
If anybody opposes this, I'm coming after you. That's
Let me think about it.
I don't know. Yes, yes, yes. Jackson, yes. Partridge, yes. Pauls, yes. Ferguson. That's great.
Sorry.
Unanimous. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of day. Thank you.
Thank you.